Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a sixth bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a sixth bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a sixth bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions, Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions, Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashvika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions, Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashvika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions, Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashvika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksa as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the 3-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's number 1 batter, Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a 6th bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a sixth bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning his future, specifically for the T20 World Cup in 2024. Rishabh Pant, who suffered a horrific car crash last week, was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made Kishan and Rituraj's opening combination most likely for the first T20 at the high-scoring Wankhede Stadium. Shubman Gill, who's yet to make his T20 debut, is another opening option for Hardik. At number 3, the skipper will rely on the brilliance of world's #1 batter Surya Kumar Yadav. With Hardik keen to have a sixth bowling option, Deepak Hooda could be a likely starter. The management will have to choose between Sanju Samson and uncapped Rahul Tripathi for the one spot in the middle order. Tripathi could continue warming the bench on account of Samson's experience. Though uncapped Shivam Mavi and Mukesh Kumar have been included in the squad, the likely pace bowling trio will be of Arshdeep Singh, Harshal Patel and Umran Malik. India could also pack in more all-rounders in the team with the option of Washington, Sundar and Akshar Patel, with specialist spinner Yuzvendra Chahal expected to play. Reigning Asia Cup champions Sri Lanka will be no pushover for India even in their own turf. Sri Lanka have rewarded the star performance of the Lanka Premier League, Ashwika Fernando and Chamika Karunaratne and Sadira Samara Vikrama, by including them in the team for the India series. All three will be looking to make huge impact with Bhanuka Rajapaksha as their key batter in the middle order. Hardik Pandya will be kicking off his full-time T20 captaincy tenure against Sri Lanka as the Indian T20 team prepares to start its life beyond Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. Though the shortest format is not the priority for Indian team this year, but the three-match series will allow Hardik to start planning. Horrific car crash last week was anyway not picked up for the Sri Lanka series. This has made
Hello and welcome to this special coverage of the first T20I between Sri Lanka and India. My name is Edmund Thomas. I'm being joined by Associate Editor for News18.com, Vineet Ramkrishnan, and News 18's Group Sports Editor, Srinivas Rao. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining us. After a while, we are having a decent cricket match, it seems. The Asian champions against the world's number one ranked team. What do you make of this? Where do you think that the game could head, Vineet?
Hello, am I audible now? Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Right. So Edwin, as you mentioned, I mean, it's going to be a close contest. Two teams which are equal in terms when you talk about T20I cricket. Sri Lanka won the toss and they'll be bowling first. And you know what? India are a new look team with no Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, or KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya's captaincy. We already saw a couple of debuts as well to Shivam Mavi and. There is no Arshdeep Singh as well, so it will be a close contest. Look, Sri Lanka are the Asian champions. I mean, this is the first T20 they are playing after the T20 cycle. It's going to be a very close contest. Sri Lanka winning the toss, bowling first. I mean, it could be really interesting to see how the game goes.
Srini, what do you make of this? A new captain, a new look team. The toss has been won. Sri Lanka is going to bowl first. And it was quite surprising to see that Rituraj Gaikwad was not paired with Ishan Kishan for the opening.
I think Hardik went with Shubman, and I think that's a pretty decent decision. For a while now, we have been expecting Shubman to come and take his chance in the T20, and I think the opportunity is fairly right. It's a great, it's a home series. There's nothing to lose, and it's a good. See, this is you use the entire series now to test. I'm not worried whether first match, if Rituraj doesn't play any matches in this series at all, and only Shubman does, and probably Rutraj is given a chance in the upcoming next series. And you keep trying your slots series after series. There's no harm in that. My problem is when you don't have a plan in place. So if you're going to play Shubman today, now whether he scores a century or whether he scores 10 runs or whether he scores a duck, and you put him out of the squad in the next game, and then you come out with some different strategy in the next game, that is something that I don't understand. I'm saying pick a player, give him an opportunity, give him the entire series, and then take it forward. What's the harm? And secondly, as far as Sri Lanka bowling first is concerned, that's how matches in India are. T20 matches, period. View is a factor. Bombay, you come, you play here, you win the toss, you bowl first. I mean, the IPL factor it continues to play on our minds.
I'm sorry about that. Srini was saying something?
I said I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay, so we are also being joined live by Sahil Malhotra. Sahil, what do you make of this lineup? What do you make of this match?
I think very excited to see Mavi couldn't a better start to his T20 career. New year, new faces. Arshdeep wasn't available for selection, so Shivam Mavi comes in. Very excited to see how he goes about this journey now. Has been very successful at the under 19 level in the domestic competitions. Has been thereabouts on the IPL scene too. And now this is the big chance for him to kind of put his hand up in this already long list of bowlers we have.
And Sahil, you had written something about how Indian cricket is ready to bring in fresh energy. This is an article that Sahil wrote for News18.com. Sahil, could you give us an idea about what are you referring to and how exactly is BCCI planning to bring in that fresh energy that you have been talking about in your article?
I think my article generally talks about that there is a need of fresh energy, and right now the board seems pretty reluctant on that front because whatever is happening with the selectors shuffle right now, all signs are leading to a fact that we could see the faces who were part of the panel previously return to the new panel too. So I mean, where is the new energy going to come from? Because that is something which is the need of the hour. We haven't done really well in multinational. Asia Cup 22 again was a disaster, and there hasn't been really any challenge as far as Test cricket is concerned. I think Border Trophy is going to be the only test under Rahul Dravid's tenure. So where is the fresh energy going to come from when you don't even have a new set of selectors or a new set of people calling the shots now? That is something which I'm trying to put across, that we really need freshness in the setup. Captaincy freshness is going to be visible pretty soon with Hardik taking over the T20 side. But then what happens to the ODI and Test setup, and what happens to life after Rohit Sharma, which is going to be a reality very soon. Yeah.
Okay, Srini, like, what's your take on this? Do you think that it is like a change in selectors is needed in order to see a difference in selection as far as India's playing 11 are concerned? Because Sahil made a terrific point. I mean, if we are only going to look at Hardik Pandya to take care of the shorter format of the game, what happens to his position as far as the ODIs go?
No, I mean, see, I think both are very different issues here. As far as the selectors are concerned, I would like to see, Sahil Malhotra has written this beautiful, wonderful story for Cricket Next, where I think he raises a very pertinent point there, where he says that, what is the plan in place? If you are going to repeat a bunch of selectors, or if you are partially going to repeat a bunch of selectors, then why exactly did you ask them to leave in the first place? These are questions that BCCI has to answer in the longer run. And I want to understand what is the policy that has been put in place. If you are going to put a selector in place, what exactly are you looking at? So, for example, I, for my one, cannot bring myself to understand how can 5 men who selected Test squad can be sitting there also selecting the T20 squad. For me, except for the fact that you play on a cricket field with 11 players in one side with a bat and a ball and with 3 stumps, other than that, these are 2 very different games altogether. The way you pursue Test cricket and the way you kind of pursue a T20 cricket are completely 2 different dimensions altogether. So I don't understand how this can work. So again, where is the BCCI coming from? What are they thinking? Have they put a plan in place? All of these things are going to matter. As far as Hardik's captaincy is concerned, well, let's keep it very simple. I think he's had a wonderful job. BCCI is looking beyond 2023. And Rohit is taking his breaks, and probably BCCI is trying to groom the new captain in. So I don't think there are any surprises.
Attention to another article that Sahil had written. This was again for cricketnext.com, where he has spoken about the possible change in India's coaching management. Could you elaborate on that, Sahil? Could you give us an idea about what exactly is the BCCI looking at for next?
I think that question will come up for discussion only after the 2023 World Cup, because that is the time till when Rahul is already contracted with the senior side as the head coach, and so the potential successor could be VVS Lakshman, who is already in charge of the NCA as the head of cricket. He's leading operations, taking charge of the India A side, the under-19 side, something which Rahul was doing previously before he took over from Shastri. So I think that method to the entire madness is already in place. So Lakshman is the favorite there. He was in line to become coach when Rahul's name was up for discussion after Shastri. So he's more of a sensible choice now going forward, because he has been with the setup. He has been with the players at the A level, at the under-19 level. He has been part of IPL franchises in the past too. So he can give you that all-rounded approach which you need right now. Something which hasn't really kicked under Dravid, because criticism has come from far and wide regarding how we have fared in the multinational events, and the Border Gavaskar Trophy, I again repeat, is going to be the litmus test for Dravid, because unlike Shastri and Kohli, when there were a lot of away assignments where India travelled to England, when India travelled to Australia, South Africa, where they had challenging conditions to counter with, India have hardly played any Test cricket in the last 2 years, and more or less they have been focusing on multinational events and bilateral tours which are dominated by the white ball. So Border Gavaskar Trophy, the 4 Test matches are going to be very crucial because India need a 3-1 scoreline to seal that final berth, possibly against Australia again.
Vineet, what do you make of this? Do you think it'll be a great call to have Lakshman fill in the shoes of Rahul Dravid once Rahul's tenure is completed? Is that going to be a very T20 World Cup focused move as far as 2024 is concerned?
I mean, yes or no, both. I mean, look, Rahul Dravid has had a tough time, since ever since he has taken over, doesn't really make sense, or doesn't really put it across in a manner that Rahul Dravid is a bad coach and VVS Lakshman would be a good coach. Look, VVS Lakshman is looking after NCA. Rahul Dravid also looked at NCA. Both of them are star players, great players. It's about, really cannot make that comparison. I know it's all comes down to whether Rahul Dravid seeks an extension. Rahul Dravid wants that extension or not. Look, his contract is up till 2023. There's no doubt about it. He will be there. If he doesn't seek an extension, then Lakshman, he's the front runner for the job, so Lakshman may get the job. But to really say that would be a great move. Not the right time to really say that, but you know what? What would be a great move is the fact that we may want to look at T20 cricket, as Sahil had mentioned in his article at cricketnext.com. Look at T20 as a beast, and work towards that, be it from a coaching mindset or be it from a management mindset and other things. But then again, I mean, to have your question, to answer your question, I can't really say it's a great move or anything. If it has to be done, okay. I mean, what's the harm in it?
Srini, do you buy this argument that VVS Lakshman is going to be better suited to coach a T20 squad as compared to a Rahul Dravid, given the fact that 2024 will see that where we will see that T20 World Cup coming in?
I'm of the simple view that India's T20 team doesn't need a coach. India's T20 team needs a manager. You coach at the under 19 level, under 17 level, under 14 level. You don't coach at this level. At this level, you ensure that your team is well coordinated, well managed, needs are taken care of, players are given a decent run, not kind of experimented with every second game, not picked or dropped at somebody's whim and fancy. Give them a long run, give them a decent run. Remember, if a player, any player, whether we're talking about Shivam Mavi here or Shubman Gill who are debuting today, or whether we're talking about any other player who has been part of the India's T20 setup for the last 3, 4, 5 years, whatever. If a boy has reached this level, obviously he's good. He's good, and that is why he's made it this far in life, right? So let us stop considering whether this is good, bad, whatever. I'm saying make sure you give a decent run. That is extremely important, and I don't think I have seen that happening. And for that to happen, you don't need a coach. A coach will come up with brilliant ideas in terms of how to make a cricketer better. But that you can do it at a junior level. I'll quote Dilip Vengsarkar here for you. He's been a selector, and this is what he has always maintained all his career. That after a certain point in time, you don't need a coach in life. You need a mentor in life. You need a manager in life. Coaching happens when you're young. Coaching happens when you are just about in your teens, trying to figure out the finer nuances of the game. So that said, yes, it's a good man manager that Team India needs. Is Lakshman a good man manager? Well, BCCI can tell best. As I have always maintained, great cricketers, great batsmen doesn't really mean great managers.
Okay, with that, we'll quickly take a look at the lineups that we have for this evening's game. So, for India, Shubman Gill and Ishan Kishan are going to be opening, with Surya Kumar Yadav coming in at number 3. Deepak Hooda, Sanju Samson are there to take care of the middle order. Hardik Pandya being the captain, and Akshar Patel are going to be the all-rounders, with Harshal Patel, Shivam Mavi and Umran Malik forming the pace trio here, and Yuzvendra Chahal coming in as the specialist spinner. Srini, a good squad being fielded against Sri Lanka.
Well, let's keep aside whether this is a good squad or a bad squad. Let's look at what Sri Lanka has done. You counted the playing 11 of the Indian team. Obviously we'll refer to the Sri Lankan playing 11 also. Look at how Sri Lankan playing 11 Sri Lanka has kind of is making an effort there to reward their T20 performers who have come up from the Lankan Premier League. This thing. You look at the number of youngsters who they are ready to give them a chance in terms of, if you have done well, you have just look at Shivam Mavi. Now he's had a hot and cold season. Last year, Sahil, Vineet, they will confirm if I'm correct on this front. I think it's been a hot and cold year for Shivam. But I like the fact that a captain is willing to. Captain must have seen something. He's saying, okay, fine, I want to try. There is something that I see in this player. I'm willing to give him this chance. 3 matches. Let's me see where it goes. I know. If I'm okay, if you're not playing Sanju Samson right away, I can understand. Of course he's there in the squad today, but I'm just saying that okay, I want to give an opportunity to a guy who I don't know. This is because I am starting as a captain. I would like to understand what is the pool availability like, right? As long as there is this vision in place, I have no issues. You play a Shivam Mavi, but tomorrow if he scores 5 runs and doesn't end up taking a wicket, don't throw him out. Stick with him. Give him a couple of matches. See what is, what exactly is the demeanor like? What exactly is the temperament like? Does he belong at this level? Once all of that is ascertained, performances will come. That's not a problem. What we need to identify is, do we have players who belong at this level, at the level to play at the top? And I think the series should be used to determine that. Performances will come.
Okay, with that, let's have a look at the Sri Lankan batting lineup. We have Kuses and Pathum Nissanka, the opening pairs for the Lankans. Then we have Dhananjay De Silva, Charit Asalanka, and Bhanuka Rajpaksa forming the middle order there, with Dasun Shanaka coming in, and followed by Vanindu Hasaranga, Chamika Karunaratne, Mahesh Tikshna, and Kasun Rajita, and Dilshan Madhushanka coming in. Okay, I'll take this up with Vineet now. Vineet, we heard what Trini had to say about the fact that Sri Lanka is ready to reward its young performers from the Sri Lanka Premier League. IPL has also been doing that, but what exactly is the difference that we are seeing as far as the Indian team is concerned and this Sri Lankan team is concerned?
Look, this Sri Lankan team, as you mentioned, I mean, there are a couple of players who have got the, not because of the LPL, namely Kasun Rajita, Dilshan Madhushanka, and even Chamika Karunaratne. All of them did well. But look at the pool of Sri Lankan players and look at the pool India have. I mean, that's a huge difference there. What India have done right now is, look, it's the year of the ODI World Cup, right? I mean, T20 seems like a thing that they anyway have to play. You have all the big guns rested. So this is the ideal opportunity to give the opportunity for youngsters, somebody like a Shivam Mavi. Earlier, I think Srini mentioned, his performances and all. Yes, he is blown hot and cold, but what a fantastic year end he has had. 6 crores he was picked up in the IPL. In the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, he was pretty decent. 10 wickets, an economy of 6.40. So there is something in him, and I think that is the difference here between the Indian and Sri Lankan players. I mean, most of these youngsters do get their opportunity in the IPL, be it an Umran Malik, be it Shivam Mavi, somebody like Harshal Patel, who's not a youngster by any stretch of the imagination, but they are getting those opportunities, and it's a good thing that they are getting rewarded now. I mean, last year what we saw was the fact that, I mean, as Srini mentioned, there were no consistent run being given to anybody. Hopefully, from here on, I mean, that happens. Hardik Pandya with the captain there, we do see a change in momentum, shift in momentum as well. Talking about Sri Lanka, look, I mean, this is the best possible 11 they could have had, the best possible squad. They are a team that's been in transition for a long time, and they've not been able to find that solid bunch of players. Apart from maybe Darshan Sanaka, who's been with this team for a long time, everybody else have been chopping and changing. Only Vanindu Hasaranga, brings to my mind as somebody who has been a consistent performer. But having said that, Sri Lanka are a team which are the Asian champions, and they did reasonably well in the T20 World Cup as well. And it's a very good 11 that they have put out.
Sahil, your take on this? Do you think that? Do you agree with what Vineet has said about the fact that Sri Lanka has a much better team, but India on paper, obviously, a lot more superior than them?
I think this has been the story for years, right? India on paper have been much superior to many sides. But in a very unforgiving format of the T20s, I think paper and reputation doesn't really matter. It's about that one player chipping in with that 30, 40, or that one spell which can change the course of the game. I think that's the nut which India needs to crack right now. And I think to just taking cue from what Srini said about the pool of players, I think need of the hour right now is not to have that big pool. We have seen the bigger pools in the last 2 years where we had parallel sides across formats. We had a big pool, but we had no clarity about who will play who will play where. So I think right now, in build up to the two World Cups, we need to have that shorter pool where we have already identified the players who will be better suited to different formats. Look what happened to a Prasidh Krishna. Where is Shardul Thakur? Who is answering these questions? What happened to Chetan Sakaria after that one game? What happened to players who were part of that Sri Lanka tour where COVID had hit Indian camp and almost everyone made their debuts? What happened to a Sandeep Warrior who was part of the Indian team about 1 year back? So where are those players? Who is looking after them? What have they been informed? What happened to Ravi Bishnoi, a Rahul Chahar, who were your premier spinners when Chahal was dropped from the 21 squad? Now Chahal is back in the reckoning. Kuldeep is back in the reckoning. So who is keeping these players interested who are waiting in the wings? So I think that is needed to identify those four spinners who are going to play a role in build up to the World Cup. We need to have a pool of 7 to 8 fast bowlers so that we are well covered. Just look at England, how they performed. They didn't have a Bairstow, they didn't have a Roy, but they had the backups in place. They didn't have many backups, but they had the right amount of backups which were needed to kind of excel at the biggest stage. So this is something which is required from an Indian point of view. Now there's a big queue behind the stumps. You have Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant if he gets fit. Then you have so many players who are there ready to take up the wicket-keeping responsibility. Do you need 5 keepers in the squad? Do you need 5 keepers in the reserves? You need at max of 3 keepers because KL Rahul can also keep. So give clarity to someone like a Samson, someone like a Ishan Kishan, because these players have been hitting a purple patch now with the bat on the bench. You need to give them clear roles. You need to give them roles to express themselves so that when the senior players are back in the mix, they are just not getting frustrated on the bench.
Okay, so we shall end our discussions on those matters here because the match is kicked off. The first ball has been bowled by Ranjita, who has started the proceedings for Sri Lanka, and Ishan Kishan has picked up 2 runs with a flick to the leg side. Srini, I would like to give the last word to you regarding this. What do you think? You did outline what needs to be done with the youngsters, but going forward, what do you think that Team India needs to change primarily if they want to get back into reckoning, if they want to become contenders again as far as the top trophies are concerned? Because there's no issues when it comes to bilateral and trilateral series. We ace those. We are still the world's number 1 ranked T20 side. But what do you think is that core change that we need to make in order to make India a bit more competitive than what it is today?
I think most of the crux lies in what Sahil explained. That's the point that I've been trying to make. Figure out what is your vision. Figure out what is the path you want to follow and follow it. Put a pool in place as he mentioned. If there is a Jasprit Bumrah who's not available, who's your next pacer in the squad? I mean, take a leaf out of your T20 squad that went to Australia right now. You picked up Mohammad Shami last minute because you had an injury, right? Otherwise, who exactly was your express pacer on that tour? These are issues. Now you pick a Deepak Chahar, you pick a Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Try it. Now explain this to me. Listen, I mean, I would love an expert. These selection committee. I mean, bunch of guys who have played so much cricket in life. Help me understand how exactly is a Bhuvneshwar Kumar different from a Chahar? Okay, what are the skill sets that a bowler is bringing to? What is the kind of pool that I have at my disposal? Right? Arshdeep Singh was literally a life-saving bowler for us during the World Cup. You remove Arshdeep from that lineup and look how badly we were getting exposed time and again. So now who is our next bowler? Listen, I'm not the one. Whether it's Umran Malik, whether it's Mohsin, whether it's Arshdeep, whether it's Jasprit, whether it's Siraj, whoever it is, form a bowling camp, form a unit and identify who they are. Use the next 6 months to do this. I don't care if you don't win a single game. It's okay. We tend to give too much importance right now. Hum rank number 1 hai ya rank number 7 hai. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Have a big picture in place. Have four openers there. Instead of dropping Sanju at every nook and corner like that, you find an opportunity. Identify a slot for Sanju and pursue with him, or let him know that he doesn't belong in your longer scheme of things. Right? It took an Ishan Kishan, a 200, to actually identify that he's going to be your batsman opener in the 50 over format starting now, right? You can't drop Ishan now after what he did. So it took a double hundred for the okay, fine, it's a double hundred, so now that slot is filled, right? No, I mean you are a selector and because you played certain amount of cricket at the highest level, it is your job to sit down and identify and figure out which cricketer belongs at that level, what is the temperament. The only way you can do it is by watching cricket. How will you watch? When you give them opportunities. So it's like, a chain, and I think the question answers itself.
And as you said that, Srini, Ishan Kishan has hit a 6 and a 4. He is leading India's charge right now. Again, guys, I don't know whether you're able to watch the game where you are sitting right now. What do you make of this? Okay, he scored another 4. So that's 17 runs in the first over. What do you make of the pitch right now? Vineet, let's start with you.
Look, Wankhede pitch, as Srini mentioned, the T20 template is, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's a smaller ground and runs would be scored, and it's a good, looks like good batting wicket. And when Ishan Kishan is in the kind of form that he is in, he will look any, pitch look really good. And by the looks of it, Ishan Kishan hasn't really, he's continuing his momentum. 17 runs of the first over, he also got a low full toss and even a mistimed one went for a boundary. So Lux on his side. I mean, Shubman Gill yet to face a delivery there. Looks like it's going to be a leather hunt for the Sri Lankans with Ishan, Shubman Gill and others to follow.
Sahil, what do you think will be a good total for India on this pitch?
I think no total is a good total at the Wankhede, especially with the dew. I think India would want something in excess of 185-90 here, because they're, not to forget, they're playing two spinners and they also have Deepak Hooda who could bowl spin. So they have a lot of wet ball issues to counter with in the second half of the innings. So right now I think they should look at anything in excess of 185-90, because again, it will be Vanindu Hasaranga, Sanju Samson in the middle overs, and Samson and Hasaranga doesn't make a good story for Sanju Samson over the years now.
Srini, where do you think? How do you think this match is leaning? Yeah, we have spoken about the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. We know that Team India is a much superior, has fielded a superior squad as compared to Sri Lanka. But given the toss, given the pitch, where do you think that the match is leaning?
Well, I mean, look at the number of players who belong to Wankhede in this game. Hardik belongs to Wankhede, Ishan belongs to Wankhede, and both of them have a very, very good idea of, look at who's coming at number 3. That man belongs to Wankhede more than anyone else right now. So, there are guys who understand the stadium, the length and breadth of this, like nobody else's business. And I'm glad, post World Cup, Yasudhar is back to being in the playing 11. Got the much needed break during the World Cup, I guess, for some rocket science reason that he didn't belong. But I'm glad he's back in the 11. So, let's see. I mean, as I said, this series, there's one that follows after this. Then there is an IPL coming. Use every bit of opportunity between now and for until whenever. October. Okay, I'll give you an example. Right, hear me out. Sahil's story on cricketnext.com says Rahul Dravid's stint ends in October 2020. Right? The World Cup, 50 over World Cup is there in October 2023, November, whatever, October, November. So until then, you are not looking at T20 as a priority. Your priority is 50 over cricket, right? There's not much test cricket to look at. Look at Rahul Dravid's stint as coach. When he came in, the first big challenge was South Africa when we travelled overseas. Now, other than Bangladesh, there's been no real big test challenge overseas for him, right? So, once the T20 World Cup got over, it's only the 50 over World Cup that he's looking at as a coach. That's his biggest challenge. If he does not continue as coach after the 2023 World Cup, he will probably have had the easiest stints as national coach among the last 5 names that we can, 5 or 6 names, right from John Wright to Greg Chappell to Gary Kirsten to Duncan Fletcher to whatever, even Ravi Shastri and everybody. Anil Kumble also probably put together, because Anil Kumble had a Champions Trophy in England, right? So what I'm trying to get to here, say here is that identify whether you are going to pursue with Rahul. Now, as Vinny's story says, might not be a possibility, and that BCCI might possibly pursue with another coach, VVS Lakshman, right? Until then, you use this window and try and identify what is the core you are looking to build. Build a core of 20 to 25 cricketers. As Sahil mentioned, as Vineet also mentioned, try and identify those slots. Have 4 openers in place, 3 wicketkeeper batsmen in place, good set of 5 to 6 fast bowlers, a good set of 3 to 4 spinners, identify 2 or 3 very good all-rounders. Put this in place until October, give them opportunities, pursue with players who have not pursued with, and then from September onwards, October onwards, you start, how do I say, fine tuning that list and bring that 25 down to 15, and that's how you prepare for a World Cup. But start somewhere at least, and have that vision in place so that you can pursue a line of thought.
And what do you make of Shubman Gill making to the team and opening today? I mean, a lot of people were looking forward to Rituraj Gaikwad opening the game today along with Ishan Kishan.
You're asking me?
Yes, Srini, that was for you.
Yeah. Why not? Why not Shubman? I've been waiting for Shubman to actually make his India debut for a while now in this format. He's come from a team that has won the IPL. Confidence is sky high. And let's see what he can do. Can Shubman fit in this format? Yes, he can. I have no doubts about it. His ability to kind of, just middle the ball so well. He's got that, I've always said a notch higher than Yuvraj. When we see Shubman grow more, in age and in potential, and become more mature as a batsman, I personally am sure these guys, Sahil, Vineet, all Delhi guys, they have seen more of this. They'll be probably able to. I see Shubman a notch higher than what Yuvraj could possibly become as a batsman. I have great expectations from Shubman. Apropos red ball, white ball, and I'm very happy whenever he's given a chance.
So, do you see him becoming a man of the match for a World Cup tournament and helping India lift a World Cup?
That time will tell.
Sahil, what do you make of the opening pair?
I think Shubman is right on top of my list, and he has been since years now. Ever since he made his under-16 debut for Punjab and went and did what he did at the NCA, where he scored a double 100, and I still remember plenty of the coaches who were part of the NCA setup then already telling me that just keep an eye out for this boy. He was not part of the India under-19 setup by then, but his ability at flow which he has. So I was just listening to this podcast between Gaurav Kapoor and Yuvraj a couple of weeks back, where Yuvraj had mentioned how he's actually personally taking care of these 3-4 boys from Punjab: Shubman Gill, Abhishek Sharma, Anmol Preet Singh and Prab Simran Singh. So Yuvraj actually intentionally takes out time from his window, spends a couple of months during the off-season with these boys, trains together, works out in the gym together, works on match simulations with them, plays golf with them. He's actually taking care of these boys, and he is rating both Abhishek Sharma and Shubman Gill very highly. So Gill is talented, yes, but when you compare him with Rituraj Gaikwad in this format, I think both are cut from the same cloth, because both of them are not your slam bang openers. They'll take time early on, but the second half of the innings is very destructive. So if you see what Rituraj Gaikwad did in the Vijay Hazare Trophy, it was a very watchful and cautious approach in the first half of the innings, and then he just took off. He would score 100 in just 40-50 balls after getting to his first 50 runs. So that is the same template with which Shubman Gill operates, and that's what he had done with Gujarat Titans with Riddhiman Saha at top of the order. And Hardik would have seen him from close quarters now, both him, and he would want to see Mavi from close quarters now, because Mavi is also part of the Gujarat Titans setup from this year onwards. So again, it's a very good pair. But then again, will they be united for a long time? Because a Rohit Sharma or a KL Rahul or a Virat Kohli when they come back, whether they fit into the scheme of things. I think those questions, again, no matter how much we praise these youngsters, until and unless we have clarity about what those senior players are going to do or where they'll bat or whether they'll play or not, we'll be as confused as we are right now. And that clarity which we had back in 2007 when the seniors were out of the picture and there was a young side under MS Dhoni, I think that is the kind of clarity which someone like a Hardik Pandya needs right now in build up to that.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry for to interrupt you here. So I think India is now looking to take a review. Okay, yeah. So this is for a LBW on Shubman Gill, and India has taken that review. So it'll be very interesting to see how this one goes. The original decision is out, obviously, and very early Srini to bring in a spinner as far as Wankhede is concerned. But they have been very. Sri Lanka seems to be playing it bold, and the ball is doing a little off the pitch for its spinners. Srini.
I think I'd check that only with the height, otherwise it's more or less done.
Okay. What do you guys think?
He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. I mean, even the height wouldn't save him. I think it's a goner. And talking about getting in the spinners, I think Theekshana has been their best bowler for more or less. So I think hence the reason why Shanaka went to his best bowler, and I think he got his reward as well.
I think if Thalla goes to a Theekshana, then a Shanaka has to go to Theekshana.
Exactly.
Sri Lanka have their first wicket.
We jinxed Gill, right?
We jinxed him bad. So now we'll have a Wankhede pair in the center. Surya Kumar Yadav is jogging into the field right now. Ishan Kishan and Surya Kumar Yadav. That'll be one pair, one exciting pair to watch. Who do you think is going to pull back here, Srini? Or are both of them going to fire on all cylinders?
No, well, right now between the two of them, I mean, it goes without saying, I think Surya needs to take the initiative here. The kind of form that he's been in, and
But do you think that Ishan is capable of playing a subtle game, holding back?
No, I'm probably saying this because every time Surya comes out to bat, I just want to see him probably go hammer and tongs. Maybe that's the reason I'm saying.
I know, guys. I don't know. Do you think that Ishan Kishan is somebody who will be able to pull himself back, like play the patient anchor role? I really doubt that.
You wouldn't want.
I think you really don't need an anchor's role in T20. I mean, if the kind of start they have, these two can provide, why do you need to play that anchor role? I mean, for me,
exactly. I was going to say that.
Anchor role is pretty much overrated in essence in 2020. If you have a good spell first, then maybe. Otherwise, you just don't need
as a batsman all the strike. No. What I'm saying is that there needs to be somebody who plays for a longer period. That's all. That's my thing.
Even then, I think what Vineet is saying is correct. You wouldn't want somebody to look at it from an anchor role. I think both can probably complement each other, and both have played a lot of cricket with each other. They've played a lot of MI cricket with each other. So I think there's no question of anybody playing an anchor. I think it's just about just be in that moment and just let go. That's it. And both are capable of it. And both understand the ground very well.
And I think in the last 2 years, we have seen enough anchors to see the ship drown for 2 T20 World Cups. So, right need of the hour is not to have those
too many anchors.
And someone to just fire on those nitrogen oxide cylinders now. That's all which is required. You don't need someone to. It's not a red ball session where you want someone to just see off play. Just go hammer and tongs. That's it. You bat deep till
Shreya, I was talking to some of the players in the run up to the previous season, and I was telling them probably list out the crimes in T20. List out the crimes. Like, so the whole thing was very simple. You drop a catch, it's okay. It is absolutely fine. You misfield, it's a crime. Okay? Likewise, you give away runs, it's understandable because the other guy is not here to, he's also here to hit fours and sixes. But you give an extra, it's a crime.
Yeah.
You mistime a ball, it's okay. It's cricket. Things can go your way, things may not go your way. But you play a dot ball, that's a crime. So, there are certain things which are, a no-brainers from a format perspective. So, when you look at those instances, when you talk about those aspects, there's nothing called anchoring and all. Just go there and just, kind of full blast, and that's what you need. That's all. By the way, I don't know how many of us have forgotten the final of the semi-final of the T20 World Cup. Alex Hales and Josh Butler. I was wondering between the two of them who was anchoring the innings. I want to know who was anchoring the innings between the two of them, or because
they were just playing a very different version of baseball. Even though Brendan McCullum was not there, but I think they were just continuing with
But
that.
that's T20 cricket. That's T20 cricket. The basic of T20 cricket is that. I mean, baseball and all, it's a new term, but that is the basis of a T20 game. I mean, 20 overs you have, just go out and hit. I mean, you don't have to have to think twice.
Since Brendan McCullum came in, okay, fine, you have Matthew Mods taking care of the white ball cricket for England, but Brendan McCullum has brought in a kind of a culture where, it doesn't matter what format you are playing in, you can always go in for playing fearless cricket and be shameful about it. It doesn't matter whether you are going to get knocked off. It doesn't matter whether you are going to score many runs. And it's something that has paid off very well for England. I mean, whoever thought that they would have won the 2022 T20 World Cup? They were like ranked number 3.
It's about the kind of personals. I mean, it's the kind of personals also you have. I mean, England were outright favourites, to be honest, and it's the kind of people that you had at the top. I mean, Alex Hales and Josh Butler talking about, they also had a Johnny Bairstow who got injured. So it's the kind of people that they nurtured around that this is what they're going to do. I mean, this is what they're going to play, and I'll still stick to my guns and say that this is the basics of T20 cricket. You don't have to overthink it. It's a very simple format. It's a very simple game. When it comes to batting and bowling.
Sahil, where do you think that? Sorry, Srini, please.
No. Also, just to add to what Vineet said, keep the term baseball out. I don't understand that term.
Sahil, what do you think? Where do you think Team India is overthinking when it comes to T20?
I think they're just not overthinking, they're not trying. So right through the World Cup, the approach which we saw, it was a very conservative approach. I don't know from where that came in, whether it was the insecurity, whether it was players hanging by the thread in that format, but there was very little fearlessness on display. I think very few batters, apart from Surya and Hardik in the middle order, you could not see the fearlessness which was required. So, just look at the teams who did well. Pakistan again, they benefited from that conservative approach because they had the bowling to back that batting. But for India, I think the batting had to play that leading role in the squad because bowling again was filled with defensive tactics. You had someone like Aksar, Ashwin. You can't play both finger spinners when you're looking to pick wickets. So not having a wrist spinner by default means you're not looking to pick wickets. You are relying too much on a Bhuvi or a Arshdeep to pick the wicket up front in the power play overs. And when that doesn't happen, you fall back on Ashwin and Aksar to play the containing role because you know that the batters are not going to go after them because they've already done the job in the power play overs. So I think that's where the whole mindset thing comes into picture and the insecurity needs to go out of the camp right now. And that's why, Hardik, again, it's not official yet, but whatever little signs we are getting, I think Hardik is the right man right now. With what he did with Gujarat Titans, we read too much into IPL success, and I think that's why Rohit was kind of fast-tracked, or I would say, replaced Kohli as the full-time skipper across formats because we are definitely treating IPL as another, parameter of measuring what players are doing. If we are going by that, then what Hardik did with Gujarat Titans, I think a team where you didn't have many match winners in the squad or players probably with bigger reputations. I think that's where the man-manager role, with what Srini mentioned, that you need a player or a captain or a coach who can manage your resources well. So I think that's where we need to kind of align our resources and thought process in a direction where we create that culture where everyone comes and just expresses themselves. No matter Arshdeep, trying a Yorker, gets hit for 3 sixes, it's fine. At least he's trying for a Yorker. He's not going for that wide deliveries outside the off stump and conceding 4 wides in the 19th over of the innings. So that's something which, screams defense. So that's something which we saw from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. He can bowl those, but I think something at the back of his head was bothering him, that he wasn't going for those Yorkers. He preferred the safe approach, outside off, and became very predictable during the process.
Right.
And it wasn't one match. Those were like 3 to 4 games where he kept repeating the pattern. And against Pakistan, it happened on 2 occasions, and then it becomes a template. And teams are right now, fulfilled with video analysts, and they pick on cues like this. And Bhuvneshwar Kumar was figured out way too earlier in the tournament, and that's what hurt us, because we were relying way too much on him to make those early inroads in the power play overs. And once that didn't happen, the only road for us was the road down.
Okay, that being said, well, Tikshna is into his second over now, and he really seems to be throttling the Indian effort as far as scoring freely is concerned. Srini, do you think this is a little out of sorts as far as a Wankhede pitch is concerned? A spinner coming in and bowling a second over in the power play?
No, I mean, this is actually. I'm not surprised at all, and the kind of touch that these Sri Lankan spinners have been in, and and the kind of conditions that are there at Wankhede. Remember, it's still not, you're sitting in Delhi, I'm sitting in Bombay. There's a world of a difference in the kind of weather that's outside our windows. Right now, here it's still a muggy city, and with energy like that, under floodlights.
We get that with the attire that we are in, Srini. We get that with the attire that we are in. I'm in a jacket.
Exactly.
Vineet is in a hoodie. I'm guessing so is Siddharth. So yeah, Sahil. Sorry. So yeah, but again,
Exactly.
you spoke about the due factor.
I'm feeling a little out of place even wearing this t-shirt. I'd probably be more comfortable in a vest, and that's the weather like in Bombay right now.
Oh, wow.
And when you when you're seeing this, bound to probably have sweaty hands out there. Always good spinners. Always kind of add to the muscle, and that's what you're watching here in Tikshna. Of course, this bunch that Sri Lanka has, as we've seen, quite a deal of subcontinent with it.
So his over was he just completed his over, just giving off 4 runs. So yeah, Sri Lanka right now tightening the grip as far as the power plays are concerned. Just 1 more over left to go. Sahil, what do you make of this? Sri Lanka bringing in their spinners so early in the game and giving 2 overs to Tikshna, who maybe would have been better off if he was bowling a little later.
I think I expected him to start the innings because Ishan was facing, and no better operator than Tikshna. Over the years in the IPL with MS Dhoni behind the stumps, he has enjoyed a lot of success against the left-handers. He has got a very mean carom ball, and he kind of skids off the surface. I think that's what separates him, and that's what undid Shubman Gill there. He went on the back foot, wasn't expecting the ball to skid that much, but he just rushed him and outdid with whatever little happened off the surface. So I think with the new ball, with the harder new ball, Tikshna is a much better operator, because much like Ashwin enjoys success when the seam is more pronounced, I think similar is with Tikshna, because the fingers definitely come into play.
Every once in 10 years, there'll be a new Sri Lankan spinner who will come with the word mystery prefix to his name. And 10 years ago there was a guy. 10 years later, there's Tikshna.
Okay. Surya Kumar Yadav has just skied one and he is out. Surya Kumar Yadav has just fallen, guys. So that's 38 for 2 in 5.1 overs for India. Karnaratne picking up a wicket in his very first ball. Wow.
Shanaka's bowling change is working basically.
Oh, absolutely. And he's getting them spot on. I mean, Surya Kumar Yadav.
I think for that shot, Karnaratne doesn't have that pace for Surya Kumar Yadav to try that shot. I mean, not the right shot against medium pacer like Karnaratne.
Wow. Big blow, Srini. I mean, 38 for 2. I mean, 38 is not bad in 5.1 overs, but the loss of 2 quick wickets there.
Surya going is definitely a big blow. You've got Ishan there. Well, he's still batting at a good strike rate. I think it's like 130 plus. And when you have who's coming in right now, Sanju, right? Sanju
I
comes
think it
in.
should be Sanju
Must
Samson.
be
Yeah.
Sanju.
Yeah,
Must be Sanju.
Sanju and Ishan. Okay, this is what I want to watch. I want to watch Sanju and Ishan. Let's and this is going to be interesting. I really want to watch Sanju and
Hasaranga is
Ishan.
Hasaranga is coming
This
next
is
over.
this is what I was referring to a while back, guys. Like, don't you think that one of them should have been like Srini, what you just said right now? Ishan Kishan had a good strike rate going. Maybe Surya Kumar Yadav could have taken a little bit more time to settle in and then go for the big shots like the one that we saw him getting out to right now.
That's me.
Yeah. Let's start with Srini.
See, again, I mean, there's no saying. You have to take your chances. You have to take your chances, and it's okay. You fall. I mean, sometimes it clicks, sometimes it doesn't. Was there the shot to play against play Karunaratne? We can talk about it and we can say that wasn't. But then the point is he was still trying to make the most of his chances out there, and I think that's what you got to keep doing. There's no other way to explain this. And on another day, Surya wouldn't have probably kind of mistimed that so badly. So I think it's understandable where you're coming from.
Okay, Vineet, what do you think? Is India
I
being
mean,
a little
one
too
several lines, I mean,
one slight, kind of slightly more in the middle, and probably who knows where that ball would have landed.
absolutely. And look at Surya Kumar Yadav. I think the thinking here was he was a new bowler, first delivery, just put him off the rhythm with that kind of a shot. I mean, that's what Surya Kumar Yadav would have thought. And he was 7 of 10 deliveries. That Tikshna over was a bit. I think he would have liked to get a few more runs there. I think that's why, hence he tried that. It was one of those, times that shot did not come off. Otherwise, you would see that shot being played and to have that shot against, because he doesn't have that pace.
Yeah.
Sahil,
Pace would have probably probably this is the shot we would have been discussing all evening.
Exactly.
Sahil, your take? You were talking about how Team India was conservative in the way they played. I mean, I'm not saying that we should be conservative when it comes to T20, not at all. But again, shouldn't there be like somebody with a calmer head there to ensure that okay, we are going to score at this pace, and maybe one person takes on the striking duties while the other person, he does strike the ball but tries to be there for a longer period of time.
I think let's just draw the reference from how Hardik played for Gujarat Titans at number 4 throughout the IPL. So he was that glue which held the batting order together. And just look at the names who batted around him. You had a David Miller, Rahul Tewatia lower down the order. You had a young Sai Sudarshan coming in at 3. David Miller is again there. Then you had a Ridhwan Saha and Shubman Gill at top. So Hardik was that glue which held the team together. So I think you just need to look for those players. Again, T20 is a mad sport. It's a mad sport. You never know what will happen on the given day. So you just need to have your plans in place, your core in place, your anchors. Again, quote unquote anchors. By anchors, I mean the people who hold the batting order together. And in this Indian team, I think you have people like Surya who know when to attack, when to stop. You have someone like a Hardik. Gill again at top of the order can do that. And then you have Matt Freaks and Ishan Kishan and Sanju Samson who can just keep hitting all day. So this is the fine blend which we need right now. And again, all these things won't matter if we have that insecurity and conservative approach in mind. Just go out there again, just express.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we are into the last few deliveries of the power play. It is Ishan Kishan and Sanju Samson. Ishan Kishan now facing. Okay, he's taken a single, and Sanju Samson is going to be on strike. Oh no! It's over. So the power play is over, and I think India has scored
41 for
40. How many? 41, right? 41. Yeah, 41 for 2. Okay. It's a very. For Wankhede right now, I think that is quite a low score as far as the power play is concerned. Would you say that, guys? Vineet?
I mean, I think that Tikshna over a couple of overs was pretty, tight. If it wasn't the case, I mean, India would have liked to add what, 12 runs more. I mean, as Sahil mentioned, no score is enough on this pitch. But for me, I mean, looking at the way the two wickets have fallen, 41, it's okay, it's decent enough. I mean, even from here on, they can push forward with Ishan Kishan, the kind of form he is in, what we know of Sanju Samson, what he can do if he gets going. You have Hardik Pandya. Look, this team or this is a lineup that bats deep as well. You have a Deepak Hooda at number 7. You have Harshal Patel number 8. Not that it will come down to them, but that gives the freedom for these players to really go out. So I mean, I'm not really worried about the kind of score. 10-15 runs extra would have been nice, but yeah, it's okay enough, I think.
Okay.
Just talking about Harshal Patel,
please go
very
ahead,
interesting story. Very interesting story. All these years we have been talking about that bowling all-rounder, a bowler who can bat. So we have talked about the Palghar Express, Shardul Thakur, Deepak Chahar again. He has done his bit with the bat, but no one has really noticed what Harshal Patel does in the domestic circuit. So he comes out and opens for Haryana.
Opens the bowling.
Opens the batting, opens the bowling, has been a mean striker of the domestic circuit, but I think his potential, so to say, with the bat has gone rather unnoticed in the Indian Blues, but he can hit the ball really long from what I have seen in domestic matches.
Oh,
and he comes
that's a
out and
terrific
opens.
catch. Sanju Samson is out.
No. He's grassed it. I think he's grassed it.
Did he
Yeah, I
grass
think
it?
he's dropped it. Yeah.
It seems so.
They should refer
I
this.
think
I
he
think they're
himself is
referring it.
confused.
I think the umpires are referring this. Wow, that will be a
Soft
huge
again.
blow. I mean, that early in the game, losing 3 top order players. Yeah, they're referring it. Okay, the soft signal is not out.
Lanka went in really well and took the catch. I think he just couldn't hold on to it. I think he reached there but couldn't just hold on to the catch.
Okay, interesting turn of events here. So they are looking at whether this ball
Yeah, it's bumped.
spot cleanly. I think
It's
Gone? No, it's a drop.
Yeah, it's bounced.
oh yeah, clear.
Fingertips.
Yep. Srini, by any measure of degree, do you think that it is fair to say that this Indian team that has been fielded, I mean, barring the likes of, say, Hardik and a few others, that this Indian team is fairly inexperienced when it comes to playing big games, especially in a T20 setup?
Of course, I mean Shivam is there without much. This thing, Umran is here without much experience. Shubman has been handed his debut. Cap. Shivam also, of course, has been handed his debut. So yeah, there is a lot of inexperience, which is what you want to see, right? I think that is exactly what you want to see: inexperience. And in fact, between now and until the beginning of the IPL, that's the only thing I want to see: inexperience. Get Rahul Tripathi in. I want to see. Give him chances. Continue with Shubman, continue with Shivam, continue with these boys. And okay, one name that surprises me
Samson again.
Samson is gone. Samson is gone.
Samson again.
God.
Dhananjay De Silva.
Inconsistency. I mean, there's a reason why in 7 years he has only played 16, T20Is, 150 only. Inconsistency. I think that's a major thing. Here again, trying for that exuberant shot.
Srini, in fact, I want to take that stat up with you, what Vineet just mentioned right now. 16 games is 150, throwing away chances, especially in games like these where he has come in so early, can take his time, build up a good total, and then carry that form forward into the series. I mean, won't instances like these actually create doubts in the minds of selectors? And then they will obviously go in for people who have been there, done that, and then we will see, like what Sahil was talking about, players who play more conservatively and still end up scoring and not getting out like this.
Yeah, I mean, I can say a lot of things on this, except for that creating doubts in the minds of selectors. We have a bunch of selectors with a lot of doubts, so let's keep that aside. Uh, I would rather that kind of with Sanju, as Vineet mentioned, really unfortunate. I mean, you really have to be unfortunate to come again and you mistime it like this, and it's a ball that was like right there. It should have it was that sound should have come, and that ball should have landed in the stand, and then something like this happens. What can I say? I mean, just have to wait for your time. To me, it doesn't make any difference. To me, Sanju still remains Sanju in the T20 format. I'm ready to back him.
So Hardik Pandya is now in the middle of the ground with Ishan Kishan. I'm not going to ask Srini whether this is a pairing that he wants to watch, because the two pairings that he was excited about have been broken in quick succession. So I'm not going to ask anything as far as pairings are concerned as far as Srini goes. But Sahil, what do you make of this? Time for Captain Pandya to shine?
I think Hasaranga versus Samson was a contest I was looking forward to, because Samson had struggled a lot against Hasaranga in the IPL when Hasaranga was playing for the RCB. But again, Hardik versus Hasaranga is going to be another mouth-watering contest, because Hardik will find it very difficult to hold back against the wrist spin. So that is going to be fun. And just look at Ishan Kishan. He had collected 17 of the first 6 balls, and he's now 24 of 20. So he too has downshifted a lot of gears. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting period. I think these 4-5 overs are definitely going to decide which way this game is going.
Vineet, your take on where India stands right now? 7 overs, 47 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, India wouldn't. It's not a situation that India would like themselves to be in. But in terms of talking about pairings, I really want to see how Hardik and Ishan go together, because Hardik being the captain, he drilled that.
I don't know whether you were able to see that.
Yeah, I did. He really drilled it. I mean, it was up there to be hit, and on the up, he did really well. But yeah, Pandya Kishan, pairing, it would be interesting to see how Pandya guides Ishan Kishan here. I mean, as Sahil mentioned, after that initial burst, Kishan has, played a few dot balls also. I think it is really good for Pandya to be there and can guide Ishan Kishan. It's a very tough period, and back-to-back boundaries also now of Shamika Karunaratne. So this is what Hardik can do. I mean, irrespective of the kind of situation that he works in, can change the game, and that is what I mean. Everybody in the top 4, at least from Suryakumar Yadav to Ishan Kishan to Samson, to Pandya, they can do. Unfortunately, that not Suryakumar Yadav and Samson couldn't put it up, but it also really shows that Sri Lanka, even though they have taken 3 wickets, they cannot step they have to be on the ball. They cannot let it go. I mean, players like Hardik Pandya will pounce on that, and these 2 back-to-back boundaries are
7.5, right?
Pretty much, yes, 7.5.
Yeah, just about 7.33 to be exact.
Yeah, so that's as Vineet says, it's correct. I mean, one good 5 overs and India's back in the game.
Yeah.
Where do you think India is going wrong here, Sahil? I mean, we have been seeing them play their shots. We saw how Ishan Kishan started off. We are seeing what Hardik Pandya is doing right now. What do you think went wrong as far as Shubman Gill, Sanju Samson, and even Suryakumar Yadav are concerned?
No, I'll just roll back the years for you now. Just roll back your memory to 2016, that special T20 World Cup year where Virat Kohli did Virat Kohli things. If you just rewind and recall the knocks which he played, there's going to be one thing which stands out there. He hardly played a dot ball during that World Cup. So he kept rotating the strike, he kept finding the odd boundary, and I think that is the template that Srini had mentioned. Playing dot ball is a crime, and what it does is it allows a bowler to get into a rhythm. So Ishan was facing most of Theekshana. Understandably, Theekshana got the better of him, kept him contained. Had it been a left-right combination, strike turning over, it would have been difficult for a bowler to settle into that rhythm. So when you tend to play more dot balls, that's where you allow the bowler to get on top of you. as we say, in local Delhi circuits, वो bowler को अपना टप्पा मत पकड़ने दो. तो टप्पा कैसे नहीं पकड़ेगा when you keep rotating the strike, left right things work in tandem. And again, many people would say that left right thing is a redundant theory. I would still say right is the way forward in cricket, because no bowler likes to keep changing his mark. That's simple. Spinner, pacer, किसी को नहीं पसंद कि he keeps bowling to a left-hander now and a right-hander now. So rotating the strike is key. May it be a 2007 World Cup squad, 2011 World Cup squad, I think they were dominated with the left-right combinations, right from top to bottom. I think rotating the strike is very important.
Classic combination. Right?
Yeah, Srini.
No, I don't know. It's a random thought that occurred to me. What would Sanju be feeling bad about right now? That he gives a chance, survives it, and then kind of tries to do the same thing and then goes. It's like making an effort to go walk away. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's like I don't know how frustrating it is, both for the guy who's actually for Sanju, and for people watching Sanju, for the team that is sitting in the dugout. I don't know. And the other bit is, it just occurred to me, and that's why I'm adding here. This look at the batting lineup. I was looking at the batting lineup after Hardik. The next two guys to walk in are Huda and Aksar. Okay. Now, those two guys are just in the position that they are in, and in back to back in that sequence, in that order of things. Don't they look like a mismatch? I don't know. I mean, one of those places, Washington Sundar should have been there, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Second, a question that I can't answer for myself is, what exactly is Deepak Huda doing in that position? I'm not able to figure that out. What exactly is the game plan here? What does Deepak Huda bring in that spot?
But correct me if I'm wrong, Deepak Huda has been featured in that position more than a few times now.
I think
in this squad,
I think for me, Huda, the thing is they're looking at somebody at number 6, because rather than have a Washington Sundar, I think if you look at from a batting perspective, Huda is a far more superior batter than Washington Sundar at this moment in time. And the thought process may be, to give that impetus in the slog overs, to have him come that phase, that 15, 20, not just 2 overs or maybe that final overs, and just have that impetus in the final overs. And that is my thought process there. Not that he'll be bowled, he'll be used as a bowler much. So, but I'm thinking, a replacement for Toll. But I think, from the standpoint of you have an Aksar Patel, you have an Harshal Patel also, makes sense for me to have Deepak Huda at number 6, just to add a bit more batting depth in that sense.
Okay. Sahil, your take on this?
I think thought process becomes more clear regarding Huda's role in the side, because I think it's now very clear that Surya is going to bat at 3 in the series. So when Surya bats at 3, you can't have Rahul Tripathi or a Rituraj Gaikwad coming in at 6. So what are the options you have? You have a Washington Sundar, who, as Vineet said, is slightly inferior when it comes to the bat credentials with the bat. So you need someone who can tonk the ball long, and I think it's only Huda in the squad who can do that. So had Surya been batting at 4, or probably Samson was down, and then a Tripathi or a Gaikwad could have been adjusted at 3. But when Surya decides to bat at 3, or probably the management decides to bat him at 3 for the series, then you are left with very fewer spots to fill. And the batsmen who are there in the squad, they aren't really adept at batting lower down the order. May it be Rahul Tripathi or a Rituraj Gaikwad, they would enjoy conditions, with the field restrictions on and the ball coming on nicely onto the bat.
Srini, your take on this? I mean, this is where we are seeing that whole inexperience coming in to bite Team India. I mean, you highlighted this right at the beginning that we need more players in each of the positions that we have on the squad, and it seems that India today, when we see a game like this, they are still left wanting.
Well, but as I said, it's a combination of things. Again, it's the first match here, a completely new setup. Pursue with the same squad. Watch another game. Probably Sanju will not play 2 of those shots in the same over. Probably Surya is, will try that with a little more pace than against Karunaratne, or probably Gill might not I don't know. I mean, like I'm saying, pursue with 11, pursue with 11, and see where this goes. Squad is not a bad squad at all. I agree with what Vineet and Sahil both mentioned about Deepak. But for some reason, when I saw the squad in the position that they were in, Deepak and Aksar didn't make any sense to me. Aksar particularly, I thought they could have tried Washington in place of Aksar. Other than
Do you
that,
agree with that? That we should have changed our all-round lineup. That we should have had Washington Sundar instead of Akshar Patel. Vineet?
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone with Washington Sundar. I don't know what is the logic behind having an Akshar Patel there. Akshar Patel, we've been hyped up with the fact that, is like for replacement for Ravindra Jadeja and all, but really showed that, it'll take time for him to reach that, that Ravindra Jadeja level. But yeah, I would have preferred somebody like a Washington Sundar. Only the reason also, like, he played that New Zealand series, right? And he showed what he can do, and finger spinner always helps, here. So I would have preferred a Washington Sundar over an Akshar Patel.
Okay. Sahil, your take on that? Our all-round lineup?
I think I would have still gone with Aksar, because he opens up a lot of things. He's a gun fielder. Again, can hit the ball longer than Washington. Washington had a good Ranji game against Delhi before coming here for the T20 series. But what Aksar brings to the table is more control with bowling. I think that's what, he can bowl in all phases of the game. Not that Washington can't, but we need to understand that Washington is coming from a long injury layoff, hasn't had much game time under his belt. And Aksar, on the other hand, has been traveling with the team for the last 2 years now, filling in the spot with perfection in Jadeja's absence. And, he has been a premier left-arm spinning bowling all-rounder. So why not try him? Washington will get his chances. I think he could well be your third spinner when Aksar, Chahal and Washington play together. And Washington certainly opens up a lot of options in the power play overs. Because with the RCB also, we had seen in the past that he was used majority of the time in the power play, and he enjoys a lot of control with the hard and new ball. Open up a lot of possibilities for India to try around in this series only. But I think Aksar will remain our premier spinner, because the outgoing selection panel and now the same people who are coming back definitely trusted him more than Chahal. So it will take some doing to drop Aksar right now.
Okay. Srini, your take on as far as the new bowling trio that we are seeing here. We are seeing the likes of Umran Malik come along. We are seeing Shivam Mavi. We are seeing Harshal Patel. No Arshdeep, surprisingly. Your take on this?
I think Harshdeep has probably been rested. I mean, that's the only way I look at it. I don't think that's a surprise. I mean, part of probably, the team management's call to, because there's a lot of cricket coming up. And probably they definitely have something in mind going forward. Umran, great. Happy to see him getting as many chances as he can. Very young, very raw to the whole setup. I would Yazoo in the Chahal. Well, never hurts to have Chahal in T20 scheme of things. So I overall, as I said, Sahil going to like out after this show is over, where I'll go with Sundar, he'll stick with Aksar. Other than that, I think we're fine.
Okay, Sahil, your take on this? India's new look pace battery?
I think good, because Arshdeep is going to be your bowler for the future. He wasn't available for selection for this game. Maybe a niggle or two, we don't have clarity on that yet. But again, Umran will have his time. He will get his chances. He's being looked after well. He got some domestic hit as well before this series. And Chahal again, after how many years? I think after 7-8 years, he played a first-class game before turning up for this series. Bowled as many as 70 overs. Those are the amount of overs he hasn't bowled with the Indian team in the last 6-8 months, because he has warmed the bench more often than not. So Chahal has those overs, and the fingers are warm enough now. I think wrist spinners are going to dominate. And that's what Australia did. That's what England did. That's what Pakistan did. Just look at those teams. Look at Afghanistan. One Rashid Khan is turn things around for England. Shadab Khan did things which helped Pakistan reach the final of a tournament where people expected that side. Nobody expected them to the final. So wrist spin, there's no alternate, there's no substitute for wrist spin.
But we have two wrist spinners. I mean, we can't forget the whole kulcha combination that was being propped up and talked about so vociferously less than half a decade ago. But yeah, you're right. What happened to our wrist spin talent?
I think nothing happened to the wrist spin talent. The only frustrating thing with Indian cricket right now is with the whims and fancies of a management. So a management goes, a newer management takes over. So you see a shift from wrist to finger spin. Then maybe a newer management comes in, then the focus shifts back to wrist spin. So the player suffers in that, during that transitions, during different people taking over, different captains have different liking for different bowlers. So I'm just, quoting hypothetically, a Rohit would prefer a finger spinner, a Virat would go for a wrist spinner, or a Ganguly wouldn't want a left arm spinner in the ranks. So that doesn't mean that there's dearth of talent in the country, or whether there aren't many wrist spinners coming along the way. You still have 3 quality wrist spinners available for selection in Rahul Chahar, Ravi Bishnoi, Yuzvendra Chahal. Let's not forget that Rahul Chahar was preferred over Yuzvendra Chahal for the 2021 T20 World Cup. But again, what happened to him? He's playing domestic cricket for Rajasthan, and nobody knows what has happened to him. Last we saw of him on television was for the Punjab Kings during the IPL.
Ishan Kishan has fallen. That's 77 for 4 for India now. Hasaranga picking up his first. Ishan Kishan is out, 37 of 29 balls. So the entire top order for Team India is off in less than 11 overs. Things keep not going the way Team India thought it would. I mean, what kind of a score are we looking from here on, Srini? I mean, we are 77 at 10 and a half overs.
Well, it all depends on where Hardik takes us from here now. At 77 point, we are still batting at 7.3 per over, I think. Yeah. And I think much of what we probably put on board will depend on what Hardik has to do. This thing, he's still relatively fresh at the crease. He's hardly played 13 balls, and not really I think. He's just about starting. I think where he goes from here will eventually decide. Otherwise, what is the kind of batting that's left? Aksar, Harshal, Deepak Huda has walked in. Huda has walked in. So let's see. All this while we were talking about justifying Huda being that guy in that spot. So let's see what happens. What happened?
Okay, nothing. No, I thought there was a attempt at stumping, but
there was a stumping chance, but Huda well in.
Yeah, it was well in. Oh no, it has been referred, but yeah, it did look like Huda was well in. Wow, I mean the turn of events here. I mean, we were just making a case for wrist spinners, and we are seeing Sri Lankan spinners doing all the heavy lifting here.
Look, the T20 cricket, it's all about attack, right? You talked about fearless approach some while back in this live. I mean, that's what it is. Wrist spinners are wicket takers, done and dusted. I mean, that's what you want. I mean, if you have the option of having those kind of spinners, why don't you not use them? And look at Wanindu Hasaranga after Rashid Khan last year. He was the highest wicket taker for a reason, because he's a wicket taker. Yes, economy might be on the higher side, but he takes wicket, and there's nothing better than taking a wicket in a T20 format for a bowler. When you cannot have a defensive mindset, as Sahil mentioned earlier, I mean, to get in 2 finger spinners in a team, that's a defensive mindset, that defensive approach that comes to the fore. Look at Sri Lanka. I mean, they've not done greatly. I mean, they've lost quite a number of matches. But then again, look at the kind of composition that they have. They always play Hasaranga. They have Dhananjay Silva. They have these Tikshana kind of bowlers. I mean, they always attack minded, and that is what India has to do also, right? I mean, that approach. And Chahal, of course. I mean, Chahal coming back in is a big boost for Team India as well, and for himself. I mean, for God knows reason why he was in the 2021 World Cup squad and 2022 is a mystery beyond me. I can't comprehend that fact. But it's a good thing that course correction has been done. Kuldeep Yadav also been in and out of the team. I think he was injured also, and if I'm not wrong, when India were playing the West Indies, otherwise he would have featured in that game. He needs to be given confidence. I think. I mean, Kuldeep, Ravi Bishnoi, and Chahal, as Sahil mentioned, there are three amazing spinners that you have. You have these guys at your disposal, but it comes down to man management, right? I mean, it's about preferences as well, and how well are you able to manage, be as a captain, be as a coach, be as a management, and at a management level, how much can you back these players? And what I'm like, it's a good thing that Chahal is there. I want him to be there, and I want these kind of bunch of players, be it Imran Malik or be it Ashram Mavi, to be there for the New Zealand ODIs as well. I don't want to see Ravi Bishnoi being picked up just for the New Zealand series and then buggered off ki you are done, or Chahal being rested or something of that sort. Consistent run is what I think should be the case, and hopefully that would be the case here going forward from here on.
Srini, what do you think has gone wrong as far as Indian spinners are concerned? I mean, even during the T20 World Cup that just went by, we were depending more on the likes of Ashwin rather than Yuzvendra Chahal who you have been talking so greatly about. Where exactly do you think Team India has gone wrong with its spin combination or even nurturing new spin talent?
Nurturing spin talent and all is a very big subject. Then we are getting into a space of what is the spin like, and what is the future, and overall, not just in India, anywhere you go to see. But then that said, World Cup, I'll stick to that specific point first. You said Yuzvendra Chahal, 22 and 21 both. Let's include both in the scheme of things, right? In the first World Cup, you don't take him, you miss him. In the second one, you take him, but you don't bother with him. I don't understand what was the logic there. I'm still trying to find answers. Rahul Dravid is the best man to answer. Who can argue on that front? That said,
it's surprising that the man who helped India lift that under-19 World Cup is not putting enough trust in younger bowlers. Like he's still, I mean, I felt this during the T20 World Cup that he was banking more on the tried, tested, more experienced players rather than give the youngsters a chance to have a go at it. I mean, we saw what Arshdeep did. I mean, do you think that there was a lack of faith as far as the selectors?
Hasaranga is a classic example. Hasaranga is a classic example. Deekshana is a classic example. You look at where the Sri Lankans are coming from. What are they doing? Horses for courses. You're playing in the subcontinent. Where is the rocket science here? You have the conditions that are going to support you, and you need to make the most of them. I mean, I can understand you didn't go with a battery of spinners when you went to Australia, hard pitches, bouncy pitches. Okay, fine. I mean, but it's not like you went with a bunch of great pacers either. So I don't know what was your, you talked about the previous World Cup. I don't know what was the strategy going there. And the same seems to be the case now. You keep in mind where your next T20 World Cup is going to be. It's going to be in the Caribbean. Plan it accordingly. Don't look at it from, it's not a test match where you're playing at home and you've got to, kind of whatever. I mean, you've got to win a test match. Because a test match is everything. No. I mean, when a white ball cricket is concerned, have a big picture in place, keep the World Cup in mind and work towards it, and that is how the objective should be. So now, and by the way, I'm talking about how cricket is going forward. So the 2023 50 over World Cup is in India. So when you are going to plan your attack, keeping the 2023 World Cup in mind, let's assume, I'm just saying this as an example, let's assume that the 2023 World Cup was a T20 World Cup, okay, happening in India. So 2022 World Cup happened in Australia, 23 happens in India, 24 happens in the West Indies, okay. I'm just giving you an example. If it wasn't a 50 over World Cup, it was a 20 over World Cup, T20 World Cup. Would you go with the same set of bowlers, no matter how good they are, for all the World Cups? No, you won't, right? Obviously, you're going to take a call depending on where you're touring, what kind of a quality you need, what kind of a balance you need in the attack. I'm saying just stick with it. just stick with it and take a call. Going into 2024, what do you need? Are you really looking at carrying a bunch of great wrist spinners or finger spinners, whichever way you want to go with it, or you think you need to keep a battery of five very good pace bowlers and kind of keep that as a big picture in mind? Figure that out, and I think horses for courses policy is the only thing that drives white ball cricket, and I think that's where we need to focus.
Sahil, do you think that the management, maybe even the coaching staff, is not very sure about where the youngsters can be, can be placed in as far as Team India is concerned? Do you think that there is some sort of lack of trust, if I could say that, as far as young players and Team India is concerned currently?
I think lack of clarity is the issue right now, because as Srini said, you need to pick the right bowlers for the right format. Again, someone like Avesh Khan, for what he has done with the red ball, he's yet to feature in a red ball setup. He was blooded into a white ball setup, but if you see him bowl with the red ball in the Ranji Trophy, that boy can make the ball talk. So again, where is he? No one knows about Avesh Khan. Where is Prasidh Krishna? Again, Shardul Thakur. So he said, if he goes for runs, then you drop him, pick someone else. That's not going to help anyone. That's not going to help the player. That's not going to help the management. And that's not going to help your team. Because after 1 year, we want to be in a space where we have those 20 players who we are persisting with in build up to the 2024 T20 World Cup. And that is only going to happen if we have clarity of thought in the mind, if our thought process is clear, if we have already identified our pool. Again, the pool doesn't need to be big. You don't need 50 players playing a T20 format. You just need 20-25 players who know their roles, who can manage their, again, workload management will come into picture if there's more clarity. So if you expect a Bumrah to play all three formats in the next 2 years, then I'm sorry, we are living in a fool's paradise. You need to take care of your premier fast bowlers and just see what the likes of Anderson and Stuart Broad have done in the later stages of their career. More often than not, they're playing alternate games on away tours, not burning their body out. And this is something which will, become a pattern or a norm in world cricket going forward. So if workload management has to come in picture, so be it, but then it has to be done in a smart manner. Not, just taking breaks during series or taking breaks after a multi-nation tournament. I think that is something which is affecting the balance of a team or or the composition of a team.
Okay, so Srini is taking a quick break right now. So it's left to the three of us to see off the Indian innings, it seems, just like what Hardik Pandya is trying to do.
And just to add to that, Sahil was saying in terms of thought clarity and all and workload management, IPL is also a big factor. Look, I mean, Sahil talked about Anderson and others, workload management and all. Remember, the Indian players are also playing whole months of IPL, and which is hectic, hectic like anything. It's not that you can do away with that. So we have to be smart in that manner. You have to be smart in that manner. How do you go about your business?
But Vinny, there have been chats where you and I have spoken about this at length, about how IPL ends up burning out more players, even though we end up unearthing new players, but the existing players who are there in the roster, they get burnt out because of that month and a half of IPL. So I still don't know where exactly this, how exactly this is going to work out. I mean, yeah, they have consciously now they now have a window where IPL can be played quite easily. We have other nations also making space for IPL. It was really surprising to see that all the Australian and English players are going to be available for this edition of the Premier League. But again, when you talk about workload and stuff like that, when it comes to Team India, isn't it just understood that, you have to manage IPL alongside your international career, regardless of the fact how...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, IPL's been around for 14 years now. So that's a given fact. I mean, that workload management bit with the IPL has been there for a long time. I think what we lacked or what really hurt us last year or last couple of years is the fact that the management of the injuries per se. I mean, Bumrah was a classic example wherein, he got that stiff back in Asia Cup and he could not play the Asia Cup, but he was fast-tracked and he played 2 games in Australia. Then his back gave way again and then he was ruled out for the T20 World Cup. What if he did not play that Australia series and he was given proper rest at that time? He could have played the T20 World Cup. I think it was And those kind of management decisions, or maybe that rehabilitation factor and all of those things. Hardik Pandya is again a great example, of that back injury, how well it was managed. And the way he came back, and look at him, fit as a fiddle, doesn't seem like he had a back issue at all. So I think it boils down to that more than these players playing. It's about these players or the management or whoever they are in touch with, or whoever they have their circle, just trying to manage their own body and understand their own body, and play accordingly.
Okay. Sahil, your take on how Team India seems to be, not looking to be very much in favor of bringing in young players. I mean, yeah, you are seeing the likes of Ishan Kishan and like what we are seeing today, Shubman Gill and even Shivam Mavi making their mark. But there clearly seems to be some sort of lack of trust when it comes to, out and out going with a young team and contesting for these big trophies that have been eluding us for quite some time now.
I think the transition has to begin now. You need
But
to
we've been talking about
understand.
transition for ages. It's been
Yeah, I think
ages that
that's
we've been talking.
it must begin now. We have already seen the two T20 World Cups, 21 and 22, the manner in which they unfolded, and we clearly saw the problem was right at top. Your 1, 2, and 3 played in the same template, and I think you need to figure out a way of phasing those seniors out. May it be a Virat Kohli, may it be a Rohit Sharma, or may it be a KL Rahul. You need to have your plans in place. Whether or not Kohli fits in those plans, so be it. Just take the call. It's just about one format. So that doesn't belittle Virat Kohli from being the Virat Kohli we have seen over the years. But it's about understanding the needs of the format, understanding the role he plays in the side. If, say for instance, you have two belligerent openers at top, then you still have window for a Virat Kohli at 3. Then Surya comes in at 4, Hardik bats at 5. Even that looks a very threatening batting combination. But if you have players similar to Virat Kohli at 1 and 2, then I'm sorry, all 3 of them don't fit into my scheme of things. And I think that's the kind of understanding and that's the kind of clarity which needs to flow right from top of the management, from the selectors, from the board, about where they want to see this T20 side go to. So since 2007, we have been just playing with the same template. So be it. We were very lucky and very fortunate to win the first World Cup. But ever since then, the closest we have been and the best we looked was in the 2016 World Cup. So just look at the previous editions, and you'll just find answers to your questions about what actually is going wrong.
Yeah, Vinny, go ahead.
I'm saying Hardik Pandya is gone. India 5 down, half of the team back.
Oh man.
I mean, Sri Lanka have bowled well. I mean, you have to give it to them. Sri Lanka have bowled really, really well to really contain India here.
And
Some
Hardik
good
Pandya scoring
bowling.
27 balls. I don't think that is too much of a damage, if we could call it that, because
It is not. Actually, I mean, the Tikshna and Hasaranga in the middle overs. I mean, the last 2 overs just considered 3 plus 5, 8 runs in the last 2 overs, and Pandya was, etching to go, and it really fell to the left arm of Madhushanka there. Good fielding, good captaincy choices as well. Shanaka bringing in those changes as well. Knowing the fact that Pandya would really try to go after any bowler after that 2 slightly quiet overs. He brings in a left armer and he does the job.
Okay, I think Siddharth has fallen off the grid. Oh no, he's back.
Sahil is back. Sahil is
Sorry.
I ran out of battery. Yeah.
Oh no issues, man, no issues. Team India is running out of battery, so yeah, you can take one for yourself. No issues there. Okay, so guys, what do you think has gone right for Sri Lanka? I mean, we've been talking a lot about what has gone wrong for Team India, but is there something that we can take a cue from as far as the Sri Lankan team is concerned? Yeah, I mean, there is this whole talk about how their players have been rewarded for playing well in the Lankan Premier League, but we do that for the IPL players as well. But overall, what exactly has worked for them? I mean, they are the Asian champions again, not the team that we thought would lift the trophy, but they managed to do that. What exactly is it that has worked for them?
I think at least in the T20 format, I mean, look at the kind of personals that they have gotten in Charit Asalanka or be it a Chamika Karnaratne, be it Tikshana. I mean, they've looked at somebody, at those T20 specialists, even Chanaka for that matter. I mean, really solid opener. So that's, I think, what they have done at the top of the order in Pathum Nisanka. They've got a decent, opener, decent batter after a long time, is what I think. They've tried a lot of players. I mean, they had that Kushal Pereira, very talented guy, but again, very similar to Samson, really inconsistent. So they've been able to find those players. I mean, it's again, transition for them. It's been going on. So it's finally time they got some players, and they've got these good players. I mean, Vanandu Hasaranga. These are the kind of players like Vanandu Hasaranga could. Is your highlight player there, but players like Nisanka or a Charita Asalanka or a Chamika Karunaratne, here again, featuring in really bowling in 3 tidy overs he has done. So I think Sri Lanka finding their place there, they are building that squad, and these players have gotten the chances as well. They have also gotten. They've also tried a lot many players as well, so it's high time for them, in a way that they've got things right, at least in the T20 format. ODI and Test is a different matter altogether, but at least in T20 they are getting those T20 specialists, and that is probably what is working for Sri Lanka.
In fact, I've been seeing that nations that are not investing too much in Test and ODIs or are cash strapped, if I could say that. They have been trying to, mint their money. They've been trying to, build their craft through T20. We saw that happening with West Indies. I mean, they're the only team to have defended a T20 title. I mean, they were down and out. There were players who were going on strike because their salaries were not being paid. But in that period, in that 6, 7, 8 period, even though they did not do well in Test or ODI, they managed to pick up 2 T20 World Cups.
I think T20 again, T20 is one format where there's no place for superstars. So even a rookie can put you to shame when it comes to T20 because it's a very unforgiving format. So even today, what we see on papers, again, we were the Tigers. But what happened in the middle, Sri Lanka have completely dominated the game for the first 15 overs, and that's like a major chunk of the game now. And the way the match is being headed at the moment, I think it will take some doing for India to restrict, to kind of defend this total. Because again, Sri Lanka have a good batting attack. They have a Rajapaksa in the middle order, and we have already seen what he can do with the bat in hand. So it's a very good Sri Lankan unit. And just taking back to what you were talking about, West Indies cricket, I think again those players found their calling in T20s, and they were better suited to that format. Chris Gayle has done Chris Gayle things in both ODIs and Tests, but after a certain period of time, he realized that his body is not permitting for the ODIs or the Tests, so he made T20 his home, travelled around the world. Similarly, for a Kieron Pollard, Dwayne Bravo, Andre Russell, Sunil Narayan. So Sunil Narayan is a hot property across leagues around the world. So these players have kind of realized that their skill set is more suited towards the shortest format, and the pace at which that format operates kind of allows them to add that Caribbean flavor, which they are kind of known to add to a game, which probably the 70s and 80s saw them do in the Tests. So now it's a different generation doing different things, and I think they definitely made T20s their home in the last 5-7 years.
Again, Vineet, where do you think we have gone wrong when we try and compare ourselves? I mean, this is the Indian cricket team, managed by the BCCI. There is no dearth of resources. There's no dearth of finances. I mean, where do you think we are going wrong when it comes to, getting our T20 equations right? We are winning games. It's not that we don't lift trophies. We win our trilateral and bilaterals without breaking a sweat at times. But what is it about the big trophies that, we now seem to be choking when it comes to those crunch matches?
Look, last year, India were the team that played the maximum T20Is. They were the team that won the maximum T20Is. Out of the 9 bilateral series, they won 8. So, as you said, I mean, winning is not an issue for them. It's the tournaments, it's the major tournaments, and the dynamic changes. in a series, in a 3-match series, 5-match series, you always have the opportunity to come back, and level the series and win, even if you lose the first game. In tournaments, it's not the case. I mean, in a breakneck tournament like a T20 World Cup, one game is what all is required for you to go out. And the trouble for India and comparison to others is the fact that, I mean, we've been saying that. I mean, Sahil also mentioned. I'll come back to Sahil's article here, where have to look at T20 cricket as a beast, as a different entity altogether. What we are looking at is this player is good. It's very good player. I mean, he can play Test, he can play ODIs. Let's make him play T20s and make him an all three format player. That shouldn't be the way forward. I mean, that should not be the case. I mean, for again, I mean, from a financial point of view, a player who's playing all three formats, contracts, and this and all, it's all very lucrative. But you have to be very practical and look at what others are doing. I mean, you have to be really practical and say, these are the players who are earmarked for T20 cricket. Let's not muddle them. I mean, I don't know. Last year also, I think Shreyas Iyer also played T20 games and everything. I was not really in favor of that. I mean, that guy, if you are earmarked him for the number 4 role in the 50-over format, let him do that. Deepak Hooda, don't put him in the ODI format if you're looking at it in the T20 scheme of things. So I mean, these are the kind of things that Indian team management has really muddled in terms of picking out the right players, or be it the selection policies, or for that matter. You need to stick and you need to be consistent with it. Earmark these are the players, give them the longer rope. Like for example, Samson, we all have discussed about it, but if you have earmarked him at number 4 or number 5, just persist with him. Don't drop him after 2 bad games or one bad series. Just persist with him and the rewards would be there, not just for Samson, for everybody else, even for Deepak Hooda. Ever since he's been in the team, he has been trolled massively left, right and center on social media. What does he do? Does he do batting? Does he do bowling? But if it's a decision that you have taken to have him on board, stick with him. Don't chop and change more often. And that is, I think, the biggest problem for India, at least in the recent times, that they've made a lot of changes. The squad itself is very, very unsettled. The pool of 25s, it's like too many cooks spoiling the broth kind of an issue it is there for Team India.
You're talking about Deepak Hooda and which format he should be playing. He just smashed Hasranga for 2 sixes in the over that just went by. Probably only the second over where India has scored over 15 in this entire match so far. 118 for 5 in 16 overs. That's where India stands right now.
It's the business end now. 4 overs left and 118. They need at least
from here on, what do you think will be a good total for India?
170. Gettable.
With the kind of bowling that Sri Lanka has. I mean, we don't have that firepower anymore. We are 5 down.
You have Hooda, you have Aksar, you have Mavi, you have Harshal. 50 should be gettable in off 24, I think. 170 should be gettable from here on.
But is that going to be enough for them? I mean, is that a dependable total for India? Will that be enough for the bowlers?
I think these 160, 170 chases are the most tricky chases in T20.
Tricky chases,
you don't know how hard you need to go early on or how much you need to defend. So I think those are very tricky totals to chase. And India have the quality in the bowling. So 170 is what I think looks a positive score for them right now. But it will take some doing to get those 50 runs of the last 24 balls.
Okay, so Vineet, I was just looking at the Indian lineup. Yeah, we have Akshar Patel, we have Yuzvendra Chahal, but do you think that somewhere Hardik Pandya would be interested in giving Deepak Hooda an over or 2 of spin, given how the Sri Lankan spinners have been able to, extract so much from the pitch?
I really don't think so, for the simple reason that Deepak Hooda isn't that kind of a bowler. I mean, he's a batter who can bowl. He's not even a part-timer. I wouldn't even put him in that bracket. Unlike a Dhananjaya De Silva, who is a top-order batter and bowls very consistently. So I wouldn't put Hooda in that role. And you know what? Looking at India's bowling options, India have enough bowling options in Harshal, Shivam, Umran, and Yuzvendra Chahal, you have your four frontline option. Then you have an Akshar Patel and Hardik Pandya himself. You have six bowling options there. I don't think they will require a Huda. What you need from Huda is the big shots that he is currently scoring. But yeah, Shivam Mavi, Umran Malik could be, I think, because Shivam Mavi is making his debut and Umran Malik has the tendency to go a bit expensive, but he's a wicket taker. So I think that's one area where Sri Lanka may target maybe a Shivam Mavi on debut, youngster, and from there on they'll look to take it forward. But in terms of your question, answering your question, Huda, I don't see him, Pandya giving him even 1 over to bowl. I'll be very surprised that if he gets that 1 over also.
But then, do you think that this approach by Team India to go in with 3 fast bowlers and 2 spinners, Sahil, it's going to pay dividends? Because again, we are seeing the match right in front of us right now. I mean, it's the spinners who are doing most of the damage. They're not just picking wickets; they're also throttling the players from scoring runs, especially the big hitters.
Yeah, I think it could have been a different story had Sri Lanka been bowling with the dew. So I think to just cover up for those things, 3 seamers and 2 spinners is a safe approach. Again, safety with bowling is important because you are playing with dew in this part of the world, and Hardik with the 6th bowling option, and again required you also have a Deepak Humra roll your arm over. But again, 6 options are enough, and even 5 are enough on a good day. You wouldn't even need a Hardik to bowl if all 5 specialists are doing the job with the ball. So I think 3 seamers and 2 spinners is the way forward in this format. And if it's a day game or you are playing in the drier part of the country where dew doesn't really set in, you can obviously explore the option of playing someone like a Washington Sundar who adds another dimension to your attack. But I think this attack is well rounded to defend something around the 165 to 70 mark.
What about the dew factor here, guys? I wish Srini was here right now to answer this question because he was the practical weatherman as far as today is concerned. What do you think? How much of a factor will dew play? I mean, yeah, we are in the month of January. It's not that hot in Mumbai. Sorry, not that cold in Mumbai. But do you think enough for dew to play a part in the game?
You will definitely play some bit of factor. I mean, for all the evening games, that is the case. It's just, but yeah, I mean, not that kind of a factor where it is a game changer. Hence, as Sahil mentioned, that was one of the reasons why probably you didn't have a Washington Sundar in that lineup as well. You would play a factor, but I mean, these teams have been playing IPL regularly and all of those things, so they know how to counter it. It will play a marginal factor, but these are players well equipped to counter the dew factor as well. It will be much easier for Sri Lanka for sure, but hence the reason why we are looking at India making it to 170 or 180 and making it a defendable total that way.
Okay. Sri Lankan batting, what can we expect, Sahil?
Fireworks, as simple as that. Because there's no other way they would want to bat. You have Aslanka, Rajapaksa, Shanaka, Hasaranga lower down the order, Kushal Mendis at top. I think, as Vineet said, that they are slowly getting into that good unit which we have known them to be for over the years. But ever since Jayawardene and Sankara left, they were in a kind of a mess they never recovered from. But last year or so, I think 10-12 months have been really good for them on a front that they have identified the right set of people. The results couldn't have gone their way or did not go their way, but I think they did find that core group of players who they can stick to for at least next couple of years. They're still very young. We don't have any aging players in the squad yet. So I think they have their core sorted. They have their specialists. The all-rounders are there with Shanaka and Hasaranga and Karuna Ratne. So I think, again, they are wearing a very all-round look to the squad, and probably in the next 12 to 14 months, we'll see a very improved performance from them at multinational events.
Okay. What do you think will be the strategy that the Indian bowlers are going to employ? Do you think that they are going to try and be a little defensive in the beginning, try and see what they can do how the pitch is behaving, or do you think that it's going to be attack, attack, attack from the word go? I mean, especially given the fact that they are
Wickets up front.
heading for a below par total.
Wickets up front. It's as simple as that. I mean, wickets up front is the key for India and for any bowlers for that, any bowling unit for that matter. And they have those kind of bowlers as well. I mean, who can pick up wickets up front. I mean, I don't know. I'll be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Umran Malik gets a go in the first power play itself and cranks up the pace. That will be interesting to see. I am a bit more concerned about how Shivam Mavi, where you will fit in a Shivam Mavi. He's 2 overs in the power plays, and then in the middle overs, how are you gonna play Harshal Patel? He'll be mostly used in the back end. So it will be difficult. I mean, different kind of an approach from Team India from what we have seen generally, because you always had a Bhuvneshwar Kumar or Deepak Chahar or even Arshdeep Singh for that matter, who could swing the ball. But yeah, it will be a different approach. My key concern is Shivam Mavi here, how well he goes and how Sri Lanka go after him basically.
Okay. 135 for 5. Okay, so Sri Lanka are reviewing an LBW against Deepak Hooda, if I'm not mistaken. The original decision is not out, and it has been referred.
Seems to be not out. Yeah, seems to be not out.
It's touch and go, but yeah, if it comes out to umpire's call, then yeah, definitely. But it's the back leg that the ball has struck.
Height, I think.
Even with the back leg coming into play?
Yeah. A tall dude, no? Hooda is quite tall.
Hooda.
Yeah.
Okay. But not many things have gone Sri Lanka's way today, so you never know. Yeah, this is what irritates me. Like when you know that there is no edge, there's no bat involved, why do you want to go for ultra edge? I mean, that is just killing the pace.
As a protocol that you have to follow, but what a shot by Akshar Patel. Just picked up.
Yeah, it's the height. Chalo. So no issues there as far as Deepak Hooda is concerned, and now it's up to Akshar Patel to see off 5 balls.
He's got a 6 of the second ball as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
Interesting that Dhananjay Zalwa got only 1 over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I thought he would have bowled more given how spinners were getting some perches here today. And it is surprising to see that this is India's best partnership so far. 47 between Akshar Patel and Hooda, sorry. Oh, wait.
Good to see Hooda getting this much amount of, game time, to be honest. He has not been getting this much amount of game time earlier. So it's good to see that.
But again, is this
false shot?
Oh, false shot. Wow.
We will end with Chamika Karnaratne for the final over, not Rajita.
Rajita shouldn't have bowled the third over.
Reach 170.
I shouldn't have bowled the third over, Rajita.
Yeah.
Sahil, do you still think we can hit 170 from here on?
Last ball. Let's see what happens. Yeah.
That's a boundary.
Yeah, I think 165 should be done now.
Couple of runs only.
It's going to be a very good chase. Very, very good chase now. 160 is a very, very dodgy total. Very dodgy.
I mean, I don't know. I still do feel that India's bowling attack is way too inexperienced to take on what Sri Lanka has to offer. Especially their
it is inexperienced on paper, but look, I mean, these players have played, top level bold against top level batters. I'll bring in the IPL factor here again. So it's not the thing that they will be overwrought by the situation or by the opposition. That's not the case. It's just they have to stick to their guns and just do what they know best and implement those plans. And Akshar Patel with that boundary of the final over, 145 plus 20 runs from here, and we'll reach Sahil's total of 165.
What?
And just the whole
21 and that's it. We have 170.
Yeah, 170. Sorry, not 165. 170 we'll have.
So
yes, I was saying about the inexperienced bit of it.
Yeah, and just talking about someone like a Shivam Mavi or a Umran Malik, just look at Shivam Mavi. He has already played close to 50 T20 games. Not at the highest level, but yes, he has been around. He has played a lot of first-class cricket, 10-12 games under his belt, played a lot of list A cricket. And I think this season was probably his most consistent season where he played all three formats and was rewarded with an IPL contract and now the India call-up. So he should be them. And has played enough serious cricket now to adapt well to the international arena. But Umran is someone who I'm really looking forward to because his pace will be difficult for the Sri Lankan batters. Rajapaksa and everyone, they wouldn't like smelling the leather close to them. And Umran is definitely going to work up serious pace. And Umran versus Rajapaksa and Sri Lanka's top order is a contest I'll really be looking forward to.
Okay. So it's just 5 more balls left to go. India 150 for 5.
7. 157.
I think my feed here is a little delayed.
Yeah. No, it's a 6. Huda is at a 6.
Okay, great. Is it 6 or a 4?
But why? 6. But why did he give Rajitha the over? What is he doing?
Should have been Chamika Karna. Yeah.
A big miscalculation there as far as the bowlers are concerned. Which bowler to bowl?
No, they had enough.
They had Chamika Karunaratne's 1 over.
They had De Silva also, but yeah, Karunaratne made more sense.
Yeah, Karunaratne made more sense. Even if you didn't want to go with a spinner, Rajitha, 2 overs, two extra overs for Rajitha. I don't know for what reason. Shanaka. Very surprising that Shanaka hasn't bowled. He's somebody who bowls. He hasn't bowled. He didn't bowl a single over.
Not.
Do you think that Sri Lanka are trying to figure out their playing 11 for the next T20 World Cup?
I think fortunately or unfortunately, they don't have that problem of plenty which we have. I think
exactly. And the funny part is, whoever does well for them, for some other reason, from off-field reason, gets really, buggered up. I mean, Gunatilaka for that matter, fantastic player, and he's now, I think,
that was a sad story.
For all practical purposes, his career is over now. But then again, that's a problem that the Sri Lankans generally face. Even Chamika Karunaratne was banned for some couple of months because of some indiscipline. So good players, they also have this problem with the Sri Lankan team management. They have a problem of this sort.
I think we are 1 ball away and we are already 161. So 1 hit.
161.
Yeah. But Huda has played a blinder of sorts. 22 ball 40.
22 or 40, yeah. I mean, he's done that job. He's done that, given that impetus in the final.
Yeah, but I still don't think for a Wankhede pitch, this total is going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. But again, a very dodgy chase. I feel
162 is what they end up with, but it will be tricky. It will be very tricky.
Okay.
It's a single, 162.
That's it. So 163 is what Sri Lanka will need to win.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was quite underwhelming. Great knock by Deepak Huda, no doubt. But quite underwhelming. 162 for 5 on a Wankhede pitch. Okay, guys, so I think we'll take a quick break here. and we will be back for the second innings of the game and continue with our conversation around what we are witnessing on the field as far as these two teams are concerned. So, in another 15 minutes max, we'll be back.
Yeah.
So welcome back. The second innings has started for Team India, and a surprising bowling option as far as India is concerned. Hardik Pandya opening for India, and I think a catch has been dropped here. Yeah, Nisanka has been dropped by Sanju Samson on zero. We are being joined, continue to be joined by Vineet Ramakrishnan, and Soumya Kapoor has joined us now. Guys, what do you make of this? Captain Pandya opening the bowling, and we have a drop catch, and it's been a pretty lucky over, just two runs of it so far.
Not a good day for Sam, for sure.
Yeah, Soumya, go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel this is a good move because he has been doing it in the IPL also. Hardik bowling the bowling overs, bowling in the power play overs. This is a good move. It was a bit of a difficult catch. Nothing to take away from that effort that Sanju Samson made. So a nice effort, but should have taken. He did take the catch, but it just dropped in the rebound or probably. So a good effort, but yeah, he's not having a good.
The kind of total that we are seeing, 163 to win. Yeah, I mean those catches were required to be taken anyways. What do you make of the pitch? I mean, Hardik Pandya seems to be getting some purchase out of it. Vineet?
Hardik Pandya is a deceptive bowler. I mean, he has always been. I mean, he's somebody who's more of a hit the deck bowler, so he'll get those punches on any kind of pitch. I mean, that's what's the best thing about somebody like a Hardik Pandya, and him bowling the first over with the new ball. He's most definitely will get that purchase, and he very nearly got you the wicket as well. And as Soumya mentioned, I mean, not surprising to see Hardik Pandya get take the new ball. He's well versed with bowling in the power plays. It's something that he has really shown, or from a management level, from the Gujarat Titans level, that's something that was tried with him and he had done well. And also the fact is, I mean, you have an Imran Malik very similar to Pandya, hit the deck bowler. You had an Harshal Patel. I think these bowlers would be used in the back end of the innings, and Pandya and Mavi maybe in the power plays in a couple of overs, maybe a Chahal or an Akshar Patel in the power play. So that way, it's a good move, and that's what it is. It helps to have an extra bowling option. We were all looking at the past Indian teams, and they didn't have any bowling option, just 5 bowling options, and we were looking for that 6 bowling option. That is where somebody like Hardik Pandya brings in that. Advantage and brings in that flexibility as well, showing that he can not only bowl in the middle overs but in the power plays as well. A good move, and leading from the front, the captain, in a way.
And the kind of pitch
has picked up the second over. What do you make of that, Soumya?
Look, this is a kind of a pitch where you can't bowl slower ones. Okay, we've seen this in the first innings also. The slower ones were being read quite nicely, especially by Deepak Hooda. So he's a kind of bowler who can be very very dangerous for the opponents. I guess he needs to maintain his line and length, not bowl much of a fuller deliveries. Just keep it length, a good length, or probably a back of the length kind of deliveries, and that will work for him. He's quick enough.
Okay. Okay, I have to move out for a while. Vineet, I'll give it off to you for a while now, and I'll be joining you.
Yeah, sure. We'll also just look at how this goes, and we'll also have to take a break, and we'll be back. But yeah, for now, Edwin, I'll take over. Thank you for your time throughout. Okay, now it's up to you and me, Soumya, and Shivam Mavi first over. And this was one of the things that I was discussing earlier in the live, that Shivam Mavi could be that one bowler that Sri Lanka might be targeting. A young bowler making his debut, and 2 back-to-back boundaries as well. It's going to be tough for him, but yeah, I mean, these kind of games is what you will look at somebody like a Shivam Mavi to see if he can really soak in the pressure or not.
Look, if he gives away a couple of boundaries and then picks up a couple of wickets in the next 2 overs, that's fine. I just feel in T20s, if a bowler gets quick wickets, and give you breaks in regular intervals, that's fine. Obviously, you can't go for a lot of runs, but if you're giving away a couple of boundaries in the first over and then come back and pick up a wicket or 2, it's fine. That makes up for the loss. So I'm still
Absolutely,
looking
that
forward
does
to
make
him.
up for the loss. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still looking forward to him bowling in these kind of conditions, and he's cleaned him up.
In these kind of
He's
conditions.
cleaned him up,
Yeah, yeah,
Nisanka.
right. And there you go. I mean, with
Yeah,
that second last delivery, he gets his man Pathum Nisanka. Nisanka, a very, very tough customer, very
important,
dangerous
important.
customer. He gets that wicket. This is what you were talking about, right? I mean, you'll more or less trade those four boundaries if he gets to bowl balls like this, deliveries like this.
Yeah.
Really, really good. First wicket for him, a memorable wicket, and that was something really nice and working well for Hardik
Yeah.
Pandya and Mavi.
And if you just look at the line, he's just and he got because he's getting the movement. The bowlers are getting a bit of a movement from off the track, so working for the bowlers right now.
Through
A good
the
move.
gate, and as you mentioned, Mavi early on, and that's a big wicket. Pathum Nisanka was an informed
Yeah.
player for Sri Lanka. It will be interesting. And as Soumya, we were discussing earlier with Sahil and Edwin, the fact that 170, 160 it will be a tricky total for Sri Lanka to chase. I mean, it's a total where you are not really certain whether you want to go all out or you want to keep wickets in tandem and just look for those easy singles and then build an innings. So having lost an early wicket for Sri Lanka, they'll be under pressure now.
Yeah. So the problem with Sri Lanka is if they lose a wicket early to a couple of early wickets, they are under a bit of a pressure, and then there's a collapse, and then it comes down to probably a Shanaka, and so that's figuring out how to okay, you lost a wicket, that's fine, but you will have to play the game. You need to stick to the crease, just play out a couple of overs here and there, just play out the. So not that kind of an issue, but yeah, the problem with is they get under pressure very easily, and there's a collapse.
Sri Lankans, I mean, the problem is definitely there with the Sri Lankans, and with that, that's the end of the first over for Shivam Mavi, a successful one, 12 runs, 1 wicket, and Dhananjaya De Silva is out there in the middle. And Soumya, as you rightly said, I mean, the problem with Sri Lanka is that they don't have any player who can, shift gears in the sense all of them play in that very similar manner, and if there are early wickets there's no backup plan as such, unlike in India or any big teams, and that's probably the thing. Edwin, we were talking about Shivam Mavi and how he could be the player.
Yeah, I just saw that wicket.
He's taken the wicket of Nisanka.
Yep. But Nisanka looked a little out of sorts. I mean, even that catch that Sanju Samson had dropped off Hardik Pandya, Nisanka looked a little off. I mean, it doesn't look.
He did take four. He did take 2 back-to-back fours of Shivam Mavi before getting bowled.
So, no, that was Kushal Mendis.
I think that was Kushal Mendis. Yeah, that was Kushal Mendis.
Nisanka was dismissed for just 1 run. I mean, it was quite.
It looked out of sorts. Looked a bit out of sorts there for sure. Yeah, in the start.
So I don't know.
Pandya onto his second.
I think they've made a very unusual, out of sorts pitch for the Wankhede, because usually we don't see this sort of scoring when it comes to a freshly made Wankhede pitch. I mean, 200, 180.
No, most definitely. The scoring is not, but with the new ball, Wankhede always has this kind of purchase. Whatever you're seeing with Pandya and Shivam Mavi, this is the purchase that you generally get with the Wankhede pitch. On the first 4 or 5 overs, you do get this kind of help for the fast bowlers if you are, quick enough and if you have the ability to move the ball. Wankhede pitch helps. It's only after that, it really flattens out, and then it's a really good batting wicket. And plus, the boundaries are smaller as well. So even if you get those shots in even a missed time can go, go the length. So it's about those first four overs, the maximum as a bowler. If you can exploit that will be great. And that is where Hardik Pandya is very crucial. Look, the kind of purchase that he is getting. Kasun Rajita, we saw bowl with the new ball. He wasn't getting that kind of purchase. He was getting 8 runs. Ishan Kishan did score 17 runs of his first over. So this is a very good start for Pandya and by Shivam Mavi, both of them. And this was
even this start in his second over for Hardik Pandya. I mean, this is 4 dot balls on the trot. 4 dot balls in 4. I mean, Wow.
I'm also looking
While
forward
we were
to
thinking
someone
that
like
spin is what is going to play a role here, it seems that fast bowling is what is going to do the trick for India.
No, Chahal would play a big role. He'll come in. He'll come in sooner than later for sure.
Swami,
I'm
you
also
saying?
interested. I'm also interested in watching Umran Malik because, as you said, the boundaries are small. He's very quick. If the timing is good, he can go for runs or probably totally disrupt the batting order. So I'm really interested to see when he comes into the attack, how he bowls and how do the Sri Lanka batters negotiate him.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as
Any,
Sahil mentioned, it will be difficult. Yeah,
any reason you guys
Edwin,
think
yeah.
that why Umran Malik has not been brought into bowl so far? I mean, this is the fifth.
No, I think
This
the past whatever
Yeah.
series that you have seen Umran Malik play, he's been coming bowled as your second change bowler after the seventh over or eighth over in the middle. Because in the middle is where generally what happens is where the spinners tend to bowl, and this is where India have changed their tactic a bit. They have somebody like Umran Malik, which is a surprise factor. You don't expect that kind of express space in the middle overs, and he comes in and he takes that wicket. He comes in as that big crucial wicket taker. And up top, look, with Hardik Pandya and with Shivam Mavi, they did gamble. But then again, it has paid off. So I really don't think you need to have Umran Malik here. Umran Malik can be used, in the middle overs along with the Yajwendra Chahal. It will be difficult, for any bowler. You have facing 150 plus thunderbolts at one end. You have the spin of Chahal at the other end. It will be very difficult for batters to adjust as well.
Also,
So
Hardik
3
Pandya
overs are
has
done. 16 for 1. Another tidy over by Captain Pandya. Yeah. Soumya,
so
this is something
also
quite unexpected.
Hardik Pandya has been a bit, he's given away runs in the middle overs in the past, not recent past, but in the past when he was just starting his career, and when he started captaining the side in the IPL, he has been bowling 3 overs, a couple of overs in the power plays, which has worked out for him. So probably that's the tactics. You have a bowler who can be very quick and very dangerous for the batters in the middle overs, and not someone who has been going away for runs in the past. So that can be tactical, and this is a good plan by the manager.
But guys, what do you think? Like, is this a two-faced pitch? Because again, we all saw that Tikshana had bowled the second over, finger spin there, and India is still persisting with its fast bowlers. Is it because they want to get as much purchase as they can before the dew sets in? Because again, I don't see any hint of dew so far. There's nothing that suggests that there is any dew coming into play so far. Do you think that India is trying to play its hand and just go with the best fast bowlers that they have up front, try to attack, pick up early wickets, and put some pressure on the Lankan batting order?
It's been more about
Look,
deceiving the
Go ahead,
batters.
Soumya.
Because if you look at Tikshana's over where he got Gill, he got deceived by that pace. A touch slower, it just came into him. He just missed out on the delivery. So that is where the Sri Lankans played a good gamble. I don't think so. India would need that because obviously you're bowling really nice. You're in the fourth over. You've already got a wicket. Sri Lanka has just scored 20 runs. So I don't think so. You need to tweak your plan. Just stick to it. Probably an over from Deepak Hooda in the power play can come in. Probably
Vinny
the 6-1 or the
Vinny doesn't agree.
probably.
I don't think he'll get a bowl. I mean, if there's a spinner, there's a merit in in Soumya's argument there, in the sense you need to get in an over a spin. That for me would most likely be an Akshar Patel just because of the control. Why give Sri Lanka the option of giving it a part-timer when you had such a good start with the ball? Why step off the pedal and give Sri Lanka the opportunity to play a part-timer? Might as well try an Akshar Patel is what my thinking would be. Because again, as Sahil mentioned earlier, if your bowling unit clicks, 5 bowlers is more than enough. You don't even have to look at your 6th bowling option or even a 7th bowling option. who in this case is Deepak Hooda in this match. So I really don't think Hardik Pandya will go to Deepak Hooda in any case.
Okay, Shivam Mavi has been taken for
Shivam
back-to-back
Mavi-
boundaries.
Shivam Mavi has another wicket, by the way.
Soumya's speed is much faster than ours, and I think Shivam
really.
Mavi has his pattern that he's hit for 2 boundaries and he takes a wicket.
Boundaries, and he's picking up the wicket in the next one. Soumya seems to be watching it on television. That's why he's getting it.
Yeah.
No wonder his speed is much faster than any one of us. Yeah, I
Then
think,
again, it's the pace.
Again,
It's the pace and it's Dhananjay De Silva.
Length. Look at the length he's bowling. That's the length. Good length. Touch back of the length. Touch good length, and you're good to go. That's the kind of the pace.
Cross correcting his course correcting it after those 2 boundaries, and this is actually the length where the batsman is in 2 minds whether to go forward or to play with the back foot. He's just stuck in his crease. And Sanju Samson finally takes a catch. I mean, something good happening for him.
And this is what Rajita bowled the first over for Sri Lanka, right? So this is what he did. He came round the wicket to Ishan Kishan. That was a good plan, but what he did, bowled a slow one, a full toss. He kept a deep mid wicket, a deep fine leg, then bowled a slower Yorker. Tried to bowl a slower Yorker, which turned out to be a full toss. Should have bowled
Full
it
toss,
around.
four,
Should have bowled around the good length, 4th or 5th stump. Could have crammed him for the space, and probably, who knows, an inside edge or something. But that was the plan. That was a good plan.
Guys,
He didn't
quickly,
execute it.
we are, I think, looking at the end of the 4th over right now.
4th over.
What do you think will India's strategy be at the end of the power play? I mean, right now, the field is all in. We saw what Dhananjay De Silva was trying to do. He was trying to pick the ball up, just like what he did when he scored that second 4 in the over.
Akshar Patel is coming in after the power play.
But besides that, what do you think? Will India still be, will India continue to test the Sri Lankan batsmen with that hard length, or are they going to try to change things up?
They should. That's what my opinion is. But as far as the fast bowlers are concerned, seamers are concerned, they should, keep peppering them on the good length and the back of the line deliveries.
I think they'll bring in the spinners here right after the power play and try to take wickets. And also the fact is they cannot keep the spinners, for the middle order. I mean, somebody like a Bhanuka Rajapaksa, Darshan Sanaka are really good players of spin bowling. So you want to have your pacers. I would like to see Umrah Malik having a go at Bhanuka Rajapaksa and Shanaka. So I'll think the spinners will be on both Aksar and Chahal bowling in tandem.
Okay. So Sri Lanka is out in the middle now. Kusal Mendes still going strong, but he scored 14 of 14. So
15.
Not
15.
50. Sorry, you need to stop doing that. But so it does seem that Kusal Mendes is somebody who has got his hand on things, but still, it does. Yeah, you're right, Vineet. Like what you and Sahil were talking about, that this could end up becoming a little tricky, and it does seem that the pitch is playing some tricks as far as the batting is concerned, because we are seeing 2 very different styles of bowling from India and Sri Lanka, and both have been paying off.
Yeah, I mean it's down to the bowling, to be honest. I mean both Mavi, despite the fact that he's gotten for 4 boundaries in his 2 overs so far, he's taken that wicket-taking deliveries. I mean that's important, and I always maintain that in a T20 game, it's not about consistency. It's about how many, the frequency of wicket-taking deliveries that you can bowl. And Mavi has produced 2 of them. So, kudos to him. Even though he has gone for runs, he has produced the good results. And on the other hand, Pandya has been consistent. He's been tidy. He has not given away any loose deliveries at all. So he's tidy, and Shivam Mavi is reaping the rewards at the other end. This is how it has to be, going forward. And it'll be tough. It'll be tough for Sri Lanka to negotiate this chase from here on after losing 2 of their 2 quick wickets. And Nisanka was somebody I thought somebody who can give them a fiery start, and he's gone early. Now it's down to Bhanuka Rajapaksa and Darshan Sanaka for Sri Lanka. So it'll be tough. It'll be really tough. India on top here, or India have their noses ahead at this point in time for me, for sure.
But what do you make of this change in bowling by India? Hardik Pandya opening. Do you think that this is something that we are going to see more often, or is this something that India has done, seeing the conditions that are prevailing in the middle right now?
In my opinion,
So yeah.
this should be the pattern, at least in the T20Is. Hardik Pandya bowling three out of the 6 overs. You can even get a Chahal to bowl one, and if you have someone like a Mavi, obviously this is a very 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 early call. But if you have a Mavi or a Bumrah for that matter, or a Shami for that matter, and even Arshdeep. Arshdeep is not playing this one. If you have Arshdeep, 3 overs from Hardik, two from Arshdeep, one from Chahal, and that makes up your power play overs. And if you're bowling like that, giving away just 8 runs in the first three or the first 2 overs, that's fantastic. Why not? Why not go ahead keep this pattern for the future as well?
Well, before this game, before Sri Lanka started their batting, their required run rate was just over 8, and it is now slowly creeping into 9. Do you think, Vineet, that India will be able to keep up the pressure, just like what they have done so far in these 5 overs?
Oh, surely, surely. And because that Sri Lanka have lost 2 wickets, they are under pressure now. And the way Hardik Pandya, Shivam Mavi have started, and I remember you have 4 overs of Umran Malik, you have 4 overs of Harshal Patel as well to negotiate. Then you have Chahal as well. So it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Sri Lanka will have to pick one bowler where they really go after that bowler. For me, my initial thought was it could be Shivam Mavi, but Mavi has bowled 2 very good overs, 2 wicket-taking deliveries included. Then they'll look at the bowler who they can target. Umran Malik, again, cannot target him just like that. Harshal Patel is always a tough customer to handle. Chahal is, Yajendra Chahal, India's best spin bowler out there. So it will be very, very difficult for Sri Lanka from here onwards. They needed a fiery start, breezy start. They have not got that yet.
Vinit,
Soumya.
Harshal can be someone whom they can target, because his variation lies in the slow ones, which haven't really been working today. Okay, they've been pretty readable, so he can be someone whom they can target. But again, you will have Umran Malik on the other end to negotiate, so that's a different case altogether.
Yeah, it clearly does look like India's pace battery is what is going to do the trick for them, because Hardik Pandya is going to end his third over, and he has just given off 8 so far. It's been quite a spell from the captain. I think he's one of those players who, performs a little better when more responsibility is put on their shoulders. I mean,
We saw that with
a very
Gujarat Titans for sure. We saw that with
Yeah,
Gujarat
absolutely.
Titans. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, somebody who seems to be now mimicking Rohit Sharma, his former captain in the IPL, because we all saw how Rohit Sharma matured into a full-blown player once he was given the reins of Mumbai Indians. And the last ball has gone for a 4, as we were praising Hardik Pandya there. So 5
If you look
overs
at
gone, 29 for 2. The run rate just below 6, with the run rate required creeping up to 9. Yeah, Soumya, you were saying.
Just if you look at the delivery which has been hit for a 4, he just pushed the length. It was a touch fuller delivery, and a bit of a movement, and he finds the gap. So that's the problem. You need to have that. You need to sustain to that good length.
Okay, so 5 overs have been bowled so far. I think we'll take a quick break here. Vineet, Soumya, we'll come back when we have some more updates to dish out to our viewers and subscribers. So as things stand, India 162 for 5. They have given Sri Lanka a target of 163, and Sri Lanka so far have lost 2 wickets while pursuing that and have scored 34 of 5.1 overs. So yeah, in a short while, Soumya, Vineet, and myself will be back to give you more updates. Till then, do stay tuned to News 18 and Cricket Next special coverage of this first T20I between India and Sri Lanka.
right decision eventually. They're just trying to make sure that the ball was hitting the ground before it went on its way to the wicket keeper.
Welcome back, everyone. Vineet and Soumya are back with me. Uh, so, interesting run of play here as far as India's bowling and Sri Lanka's batting is concerned. Oh, that's it. And just as we were talking, Darshan Shanaka has given his wicket, a very easy wicket to Umran Malik, who is having a time of his life at the Wankhede. Not the pitch where you would see a fast bowler of his caliber get too much purchase, but he's been on the money today. Vineet, Soumya, what do you make of this? I mean, yeah, Vineet did say that it was going to be a little tricky, but the way the Indian bowlers have bowled, wow, it's been something.
It's more about a disappointing batting performance from Sri Lanka. I would say, again what we were discussing, they just get they're just pushed on the back foot the moment they lose wickets, and this has happened again. Again, it was down to Shanaka and Hasaranga this time. It was a disappointing performance with the bat from Sri Lanka. That's what my take from this game is till now, because you got runs in Harshal Patel's over. You just needed 10 more, just over 10 and over before the start of that over. You got more than that. The equation was down to 40 of 24, and now you're again under pressure. So a bit of a disappointing batting performance.
Vineet, the bowling, it has been strategic, if I could call it that.
Very much so, very much so. The bowling has been really good, and to extend the point, what Soumya made, disappointing batting performance by Sri Lanka, but they not had the wherewithal to stay longer in the middle. As you mentioned, it was a tricky or a Kushal Mendes or a Charit Aslanka to just support Darshan Shanaka. Talking about Indian bowlers, look, Shivam Mavi on debut, 3 wickets, 20 runs. I mean, he got in the crucial wickets. Umran Malik comes in with pace, gets that crucial wicket of Darshan Shanaka. I mean, even though he got hit for a 6 in the over previously, but then again shows the quality, shows the mental fortitude these young players have, and that's probably what you need, right? And in terms of the strategy you spoke about, look, Hardik Pandya bowling 3 overs up front really opened up the options for Team India in terms of having Umran Malik's 1 over in the 17th, 18th over, having Shivam Mavi's 2 over, having Harshal Patel's 2 overs. That's what a 6 bowling option, a 6th crucial bowling option in Hardik Pandya does to a team like to any team. It opens up bowling options, and your key bowlers came in at the key junctures, and look, they're getting the wickets, and it's game set match in terms of Darshan Shanaka's wicket.
Absolutely, 32 required of 18 now, and I think it's very clear that Team India had a strategy when it came to their pace bowling. Dew is beginning to play a role here. We can see Hardik Pandya and the other outfield players using that handkerchief that they have, that towel that they have to dry the seam constantly. But do you think that from here on, with Karunaratne, with Tikshana at the crease, that they have a chance? I mean, it's still all just about 10 per over. Do you think they still have a chance, guys?
No, the firepower is not there anymore. You need to hit at least a couple of boundaries to stay with the required run rate. But I don't think so. That's kind of firepower they have in the batting right now. So it's going in India's favor for now. The miracles do happen in the game, so that's a different case. But for now, it's as Vineet said, it's game set match. Yeah.
Vineet,
for a brief while.
One thing I just feel that Sri Lanka was a lot more dependent on the dew factor, probably, and which didn't happen. So they were expecting the dew factor to come into play pretty much early, which didn't happen, and there's also, that's why they also know there was some dependency. That dependency caused them this game probably.
I would rather say that I think everybody knew that there would be some dew, and the due is there. It's very much there. I think it's been playing a part over the last 2 overs, and if Sri Lanka did have their wickets in hand, I think they could have scored a lot more. And that's what I want to bring up here, Vinny. What do you think has gone wrong with Sri Lanka's batting? I mean, we all know that most of them bat in a particular style, and they will be not conservative exactly, but yeah, they will be a little more aggressive rather than conservative. And they were some of the wickets that they lost were playing playing aggressive shots. But what exactly has gone wrong for Sri Lanka today? Is it that India managed to get that good partnership going on between Akshar Patel and Deepak Hooda, which has made the difference? Or were Sri Lanka actually so poor in their batting that they could not even cope with India's pace attack, even with the dew setting in?
Look, the thing was there was no, substantial partnership. You mentioned about Deepak Hooda and Akshar Patel right at the bottom, and here also, I mean, only Darshan Sanaka and Vanindu Hasranga were the ones who, put on a substantial partnership. Nobody else, no pair batted together for a long while to create any kind of, dent on India's chances. So that was the main thing. I mean, they lost wickets at the wrong time. You know that Harshal Patel wicket of Bhanuka Rajapaksha. It was a slow delivery right in his slot. Couldn't just pick the slow delivery. Same as Vanindu Hasaranga. It was a slower delivery. It was in his slot to be hit, but straight to Hardik Pandya. So it was in a way for me.
Tikshana has Shivam Mavi has got his 4th wicket. Tikshana has been caught
What did it do?
off. So yeah, that's the update that we have for you. Shivam Mavi has got his 4th on debut.
One of the predictions going pretty well for me. I was looking forward for Mavi. And this one is just picked up 4th. Again, the length he's been bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. The lengths that he has been bowling has been spot on. Sorry, Vinny, sorry for cutting you off there.
No, I was saying the same thing in the sense, they're batting Indian bowlers. Look, credit to Indian bowlers, Shivam Mavi and Umran Malik. But then again, it was a couple of short selections like Vanindu Hasranga's wicket or be it Bhanuka Rajapaksha's wicket. I mean, they couldn't make any substantial dent in terms of batting, and it was just round short selection or poor execution in terms of how I look at it. As Soumya mentioned, they do bat in a certain manner. That is their USP, in a way. But that also is a risk that they take. I mean, they don't have a plan B, so to speak. Only Darshan Sanaka, we talked about him that he could be the crucial player here, but he just ran out of support. Vanindu Hasranga, when he was there, I mean, it looked like these two could take the game away from India. But once Mavi took Hasranga's wicket, Shanaka had no other option but to really literally go for the big shot every ball. And I mean, against an Indian attack, any quality attack, more often than not, you will end up losing your wicket that way if you have that approach.
Okay, so now we are seeing, we saw a very different Indian bowling lineup. I mean, Hardik Pandya opening, we have Shivam Mavi coming in, we have Umran Malik picking up wickets at the Wankhede. What I felt lacking here was India's spin attack. I mean, Akshar Patel looked okay, but Yuzvendra Chahal, I mean, he was taken apart for more than a few.
It was more about the tactical thing. As I said, you need to bowl those good lengths and short deliveries here. The moment you toss it up or flight, give the flight to the ball, they were being dispatched, and that's what they did. Right, Akshar Patel was hit for a straight 6, straight down the ground. That was a tossed up delivery. Similar with Yuzi Chahal. So that was a bit of tactical error, I would say. Because after Chahal got hit for a couple of sixes, if I'm not wrong, he pulled the length, and then he did cram the batters with space, and the players weren't able to hit him for long boundaries. They got singles though, so it was more of a tactical issue.
Okay,
which of course needs to be addressed.
Yeah, exactly. So, Vineet, what do you think? Indian spin left wanting once again?
I wouldn't read too much into it in the sense that I'll put that question up. Yeah, I mean, both the spinners, 2 overs each, and nearly 40 runs. But it was more of a case. I mean, look, Chahal was picked up for what, 15 runs in his 1 over. Right, so that really, not just 15, I think 16 or 17 it went. So that 1 over really, factored in or ruined his figures there. But to Soumya's point, yeah, the line wasn't the greatest. The length wasn't the greatest. Sorry, the line was okay. The length wasn't the greatest. I mean, there were a couple of full, and that is where I mean Hasranga swept Chahal for a flat six, and immediately after that, Chahal just dragged his length a bit, and then there was a single on offer. So I wouldn't read too much into it. Yes, bad day for the spinners, but then again, dream factor was also there. Just couple of 2 overs. Overall, you look at the overall picture. I mean, did Indian bowling unit do well? Yes, Hardik Pandya had the option. His pacers were doing well. He did not have to go to a Chahal or an Akshar Patel after those 2 overs. Unlike Darshan Sanaka had to go to a Kasum Rajita despite him going for 11 runs per over. Hardik Pandya had that option. Found one thing, I wouldn't really say it's the first game. I mean, there are times when there are conditions also that suit you, so that doesn't suit you. So I wouldn't read too much into the spinners' performance here, at least in this game today.
Okay, so right now Harshal Patel firing off a wild one, and this was a no ball, an above hit. There was an appeal for a run out as well, which has been
Run out as well, yeah.
Yeah, but India. I mean, it's moments like these, where you are going to question Team India's tactics. I mean, you could have just stuck to the basic instead of going for that really wild
this
ball.
would very well be the due factor playing. Due factor coming in. Harshal Patel would have tried to roll his arm, roll his fingers over that ball, and because of the due, he could not have been able to control the ball. So this is what due does as well. I mean, it was not intentional. It was not change in tactics.
Yeah, obviously.
He might as well gone for a slower delivery. Just slipped out of his hand. So that's where due comes into play as well.
That's the problem with Harshal Patel's bowling. He's just got one variation, that slow one, and if it, with the due factor coming in, if he might bowl a no ball, which happened, right? So he needs to have some variations in these kind of on these kind of decks, so just to be protective about that economic rate, because if you look at the economy after the game, it would be somewhere around 9.5 probably if he gets if he gets hit a couple of boundaries for more. So yeah,
Exactly. And there were a few injury scares there. I don't know whether you guys saw that. Hardik Pandya
Cramping of Hardik Pandya cramping up was a heart-stopping moment.
Yeah, and Shivam Mavi, I think he chipped a nail while fielding. I think for some reason the outfield, it has been quite damp. I mean, we could see when players were diving, chunks of the grass was like coming up.
Yeah, the Samson misfield was pretty much exemplified that. I mean, dug his knee.
It has been a problem with Samson. The knee thing has been a problem. So I was just scared for him as well. He's anyhow, struggling to cement a place in the 11, and then that kind of an injury scare is pretty.
No, that is also due, right? I mean, the dampness is because of the dew, and that also, that also prevents the fielders. Also, that's in a way, overall it becomes difficult for the fielding side, be it with the bowling and be it with the.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, because we are discussing about the fielding and everything. What do you make of that Ishan Kishan catch?
Oh, terrific catch! Terrific catch! That was superb. I mean, the judgment of it, and finally, I mean, even despite that judgment, he had to leap in. I mean, the ball must have been swirling like anything. But yeah, terrific catch behind the stumps, and not just that catch. I mean, a couple of stops as well. I mean, that Umran Malik Yorker to Shanaka, that was a dead 4 for me, but he completely stopped it. That was really great. I mean, overall a good day and very, very good exhibition of wicket keeping skills there by Ishan Kishan today as well.
It's good. Finally, Ishan is keeping the wickets. It's good. We've been seeing him at outfield more often.
Yeah, but this is something that even Srini was pointing out. I mean, we have so many wicket keepers in the squad right now, and most of the time wicket keepers take up that extra job because that utility helps them to get selected much more easily. Now you have Samson, you have Rahul, you have Pant, you have Ishan Kishan.
Kishan.
Oh man, I mean,
But the thing is, you don't look at it. You don't look at it from the aspect of these. You have so many wicket keeping options. I mean, somebody like a Samson or somebody like an Ishan Kishan. Look at them as pure batters. They are quality batters, right? I mean, it's not that they are eating up space for any other batter. They are doing well for themselves as pure batters, and hence the reason they have been picked. Samson is not being picked because he is a backup wicket keeper or he keeps well. Not at all. It's just because of his batting potential that you have seen. Ishan Kishan's been around not just because he keeps. I mean, even in the IPL, okay, fine, but it's more to do with their batting. So yeah, wicket keeping option, it's okay, fine. My only concern or issue here is, I mean, why have a KL Rahul keep when you have more regular keepers? Because KL Rahul is not a regular keeper. Why have him keep? I mean, we should ask the question the other way around, not with Samson and Ishan Kishan, because they are regular keepers more to do. But they are here on merit just because it's pure batters. And talking about Srinivasa, I think he's there waiting to join in the call. If you are able to, if you can just get him in, get him on board as well. And 150 for Sri Lanka, 13. Yeah, it's. But these are the guys who bowl proper lengths.
I actually
Earlier in the
thought,
match. No, it was supposed to be Harshal Patel. Hardik Pandya would not have gone for the fourth over. But yeah, Harshal Patel 19th over. I don't know. In India, 19th over seems to be some kind of gamble. This is a big gamble. We are giving a spinner the last over. Akshar Patel, and he starts off with a wide.
Man.
Akshar Patel.
This is going to be.
This is. Man, this game has turned.
Harshal is, if he bowls a short one, he doesn't have that kind of a speed, so that's not a problem for the batters. That's a
it's just a swing. It's just a swing. They just have to connect with the swing, and it will be over the top. Yeah.
It's turning out to be a very interesting game, no?
Shamika Karunaratne, I think. If he is on strike, I mean, Sri Lanka would fancy their chances. Not much Rajita.
Yeah, of course, but giving Akshar the ball is a bit tricky here.
That's odd, really odd. I mean,
I'm getting some updates faster.
Okay, so Srini has also joined us. Srini, what do you make of this match, the way it stands right now? 11 required of 5 balls, and Akshar Patel is bowling. Srini, are you able to hear me? Srini, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I give you an update, please? Can I give you an update, please?
Am I audible?
Yeah,
everybody's stream is behind and only yours are
Am I audible?
Yeah, exactly.
He has been hit for a 6. They need 5 of 3 now.
5 of 3. Good God. Srini, what do you make of this? Akshar Patel bowling the last over.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Srini, I hope you're not.
Yes, you are. You are audible. But interesting turn of events now. Shamika Karunaratne, as I was.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to. I was just listening to what. I was listening to what Vineet was saying about the 19th over jinx. I was listening to Vineet talking about the 19th over jinx, and and
yeah, Srini, please.
okay,
I think Srini's not able to hear
that's a
us.
6.
Yeah, it has come down to there's a small mini conference happening between the wicketkeeper, Ishan Kishan, Hardik Pandya.
You are audible.
Under the pump now. They are under the pump.
No, I'm saying that. 5 runs of 2 balls, and I'm trying to figure out. Does anybody have a television in front? Actually, I don't have a television in front. I'm trying to figure out that there are 2 balls remaining, so somebody needs to
2 balls.
help me
Yeah,
understand
5
what's
of 2.
happening.
5 of 2.
So there was a close call on wide, but not given. That's was very close. I mean, I thought that would have been a wide.
That wasn't a wide. It was in the.
Oof.
Mistake.
It was very much inside.
That's inside the line.
Yeah,
This is what I was afraid of. You know, like this inexperience in the Indian bowling lineup.
No,
And
Four of
we
one.
were
Yeah,
so
actually.
sure that we are going to win. 3 overs back, we were so sure that
So
we are going
that's
to win.
gone. One ball remaining. I think 4 is required. 4 is required.
Yeah,
So I think
with 1 wicket in hand.
Okay, 4 runs required.
It's down to the wire now.
important for Sri Lanka is Shamika Karunaratne will be on strike for the final delivery. So
Yeah.
that's important for Sri Lanka. But this game has gone mighty close. I mean, we would not have expected this, but yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying, 3 overs ago, I don't think this was the case.
So yes, sir. Instead of
Should have been the
Aksar Patel, shouldn't Hardik given the ball to Deepak Hooda for the last over if he had to gamble?
I think Hardik could have bowled it. Hardik could have bowled
No,
the last
Hardik was a bit, he was struggling a bit. Probably that's the reason he didn't bowl.
Yeah, that he got cramped up in the middle. That's the reason why. I mean, that could be the reason why the ball was given to Aksar, because Hardik did not have any other choice. Harshal had bowled out, Oran Shivam had bowled out, so it was either Chahal, Aksar, or Deepak Hooda, and yeah, Aksar seemed to be the choice for them.
I guess Deepak
really
Hooda could
wants
have
to come in right
been a
now.
better.
I don't think Deepak Hooda. I really don't think Deepak Hooda could have bowled the 920th over.
I was trying to wonder if I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay. There's the last ball, and I'm trying to figure out. I finally got my television in place, and it's the
Should I
last
give you
ball.
the
So
update?
I'm like kind of fingers crossed, like
4 runs.
No, I have it in front of me right now.
We have won it.
Yes,
We have won
4
it.
runs from 1
We
ball.
won it.
Winning all eyes on Sir.
Soumya is giving us updates way too early. So he has
Right,
confirmed
yes.
to us that we have won it. India has won.
Small
runs.
bunches.
So yeah, a very exciting match. A match that we thought India could lose, but fortunately the bowlers have turned up. And yeah, so we have a confirmation on that. India won by 2 runs. India have won by 2 runs. So that is the confirmation that we have. 2 runs. So yeah, that is
Oh,
the
there's a smile
update
on
that we
Rahul
have.
Dravid's face. Wow.
They would have, at one point they would have thought it would have been an easy win, a win on Canter, but turned out to be a really close win. Good for
Once
Rahul
again, the
Dravid to
ball-
start off the new year with a win. Good for Rahul Dravid to
Once-
start off the new year with a win.
Once again, the length ball has done the trick. The last one was
Yeah, exactly.
a bit, a touch, a good length.
So what do you make of this, guys? I mean, the way India has played today, we saw a very different bowling lineup. The batting, the top order just crashed and burned. It was mostly left to the middle order and the lower order to get the runs, which they did. And Sri Lanka almost, the Asian champions, almost getting there.
The big takeaway for me here is the bowling of both Shivam Mavi and Umran Malik. I mean, 4 overs, 8 overs between them, an economy of under 5, under 6, and under 7, respectively. And that's, I think, the biggest takeaway. 4 wickets for Mavi, I mean, really showed that he can be upfront bowling in the power play as well in the middle overs. And for me, as I mentioned earlier, wicket-taking deliveries. I mean, that's what Mohammad Shami used to do. I mean, he will produce those wicket-taking deliveries, and that's the key in T20Is. And Shivam Mavi has done that. At least 3 wicket-taking deliveries up front. So that's the biggest takeaway for me. And as I think Srini mentioned right at the top of the show, that win or lose, I mean, these kind of experiments need to be done and to be persisted with. And if you win with this, young bunch of players, it's a positive sign. But Shivam Mavi, biggest takeaway for me from this game.
Okay, Srini, what do you have to say? Srini, would you like to come in?
Like for instance,
Yeah. Go ahead. I think Srini is having connectivity issues. I think his frame has frozen up. Soumya, your takeaway from the game?
First of all, a brilliant game of cricket, very entertaining. Secondly, I'm pretty happy with the kind of partnership that came in. Okay, we were in a spot of bother earlier. Akshar Patel, Deepak Hooda taking up the owners, going for their strokes, not leaving behind, not backing away from scoring runs. So that's my takeaway. And of course, Shivam Mavi and Umran Malik, as we were discussing, they made the difference, and they I was looking forward to both of them. Not just Shivam Mavi, also Umran Malik. How he bowls, how Sri Lanka negotiates him, and how he bowls. He was hit for a couple of boundaries as well, but he maintained that line and length, and obviously he has pace. So these are my takeaways from this game. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, spin department is a concern, but that's okay. Both the guys are pretty experienced, so they'll tweak the things. That's not a major concern.
I
Just
kind of felt that it was very easy to rattle up our batsmen, especially the top guys in the top order, the inexperienced one. Like we saw how Ishan Kishan suddenly started losing his shape and form after he was not able to hit the ball consistently. We saw how Surya Kumar Yadav, instead of like taking charge, was more interested in playing his shots on a ground which did not allow him to do that. I mean, on a pitch rather, not the ground, the pitch rather. And it left to the bowlers, and I think it's the bowlers who have won us this game rather than the batsmen. Even though Deepak Hooda and Akshar Patel at the end doing what they did. So that is what my takeaway was as far as this game is concerned. That yes, a little more experience is required for this team to become world beaters, if that's what we are trying to do. But if we look at this lineup, guys, do you think this is a team that is going to get enough experience, that is going to get better and become contenders for the 2024 T20 World Cup? Let's not look at the ODIs right now. But
look, 2024 is still a long way away. And if you look at this squad, I mean, a lot of these players won't be featuring, is what my thinking is, because by the time 2024 comes around, your Gills and Ishan Kishan, or be it Shivam Mavi or Umran Malik, who featured in this game, they would have played a lot more games as well. And as we had mentioned, Shubman Gill is a top-notch player, a notch higher than Yuvraj Singh, as Srini puts it. So they'll gain a lot from these games. I mean, my only thing is that you will need to consistently have these set of players play the T20 format more often. Yes, your ODI World Cup, this is the year of the ODI World Cup, and your focus will be on that. But keep that aside, you also need to keep building towards the 2024 T20 World Cup. And if this is the kind of, if you have to take hint from this squad or from this 11, if you are persisting with this, I mean, it's going to be really great. I mean, by 2024, this would be a very, very solid team. And also remember, Sir Rohit Sharma or KL Rahul, Virat Kohli, one of those guys would also replace whoever have played here. You would have Jasprit Bumrah coming back. You would have more changes as well. So this is just a precursor, a teaser to what 2024 would look like. By the looks of it, it's just a good team. I mean, yes, there are a few issues in terms of what you pointed out. Ishan Kishan losing his way, when wickets were falling at the other end, he couldn't really steer the ship, but that happens. I mean, that's okay. The important thing is that you had somebody like a Deepak Hooda and Akshar Patel coming in and grabbing that opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, Deepak Hooda doesn't really often get to bat 20 balls or hasn't been able to bat that much balls, but he grabbed that opportunity, and that 41 really is. Now you look back at the match. I mean, that was a game-changing innings as well. Striking at around 178 when the next best was Akshar Patel at 155. So he took the pitch out of the equation in a way. I mean, he with those lusty blows. So yeah, I mean, somebody has to step up when somebody else doesn't play or doesn't perform well. This time it was the top order which failed, but your middle order and the lower middle order stood up.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, if you were looking towards a team, for 2024, the selectors and the coach will have to take some tough calls. You need to persist with these players, as Vineet mentioned. You will have to persist with a pool of 20-25 players and stick with them. Let them have some game time. Give them opportunities and give them a long run. Basically, then only you can make a core team. This has happened with us earlier when we lifted the World Cup in 2011. Our core team was building up very very early. So if you want that glory, you will have to persist with certain players. You will need to take some tough calls, as I said, make a pool of 25-30 players, keep them in the loop, let them play, give them game time, and let's see what happens. Nothing comes with a guarantee. In
Exactly.
nothing comes with a guarantee. Yeah. So you will have to persist with these, and I'll tell you something. There are certain players in this crop, in this young generation, who are going to play all the three formats. So you will have to take that into consideration as well to manage their workload. Okay, someone like a Gill, someone like a Umran, someone like an Arshdeep, or the one who is not in the squad, probably a Ravi Bishnoi, and Ishan Kishan. They will be seen across the formats. So their workload management will also be into consideration. So you need to have a fixed plan. Basically, what I mean is you need to have a fixed plan. Let them. Okay, you want to look up to a 2024. Let's have a different pool for this year's 50 over World Cup then. Okay, so you need to have a plan. You can't just go
Yeah,
and
so clearly a lot needs to be. By the looks of it, a lot needs to be
One thing,
done
one
as
thing,
far
Mike.
as, as far
I
as
have a
India is
question
concerned.
for you guys. We saw Surya Kumar Yadav today, and he's a brilliant player. He's someone who can take away the game. But again, his ultra aggressive approach is becoming a cause of concern. Do you guys feel that? Because today this happened. His wicket was followed by a couple of more in a quick succession. So do you guys think that ultra aggressive approach within the power play, if he is out in the middle, is becoming a cause of concern?
I really don't think so, because that ultra aggressive approach is a USP for Surya Kumar Yadav, and that ultra aggressive approach is what made him the number one T20 batter last year. You cannot move away from that. Whenever there was your top two or your openers fell, Surya Kumar Yadav came in, ensured that the run rate did not dip. Right from the first ball or the second ball, he would score, he would hit a 6, he would get a 4. In the first 10 deliveries, he wouldn't take his time. So why should he change that? Okay, today was one of those cases where he got out, that did not pay off. But it's like 7 out of 10 times it pays off, 3 times it doesn't. Which is a better bargain thing. I mean, you want to persist with him. Look, he's in the purplest of his patches. He should not change anything. He at number 3. Look at any other number 3s in your T20 format. The difference maker with him is that he's somebody who can go right from the first ball itself, and he can pick up the ante whenever he wants to. So that's a special talent that he has, or special skill that he has developed, or he's having that kind of form. So I don't think he should change that. Ultra aggressive approach, that is what it is. I mean, T20 cricket is just about that. You cannot think twice, or you cannot have a couple of thoughts in your mind. You have to be very clear, and clarity of thought is what Suryakumar Yadav has done throughout the last year. This ultra aggressive approach you talk about, I don't think you should change that. This one loss, the one failure, that is fine. Yeah, I mean, there are two more other games to go. He'll continue with that.
Not about his failure, because the kind of situation that was. My point is, the kind of situation we were in, a batter like him, who can obviously push the pedal whenever he wants, he could have stayed a bit longer. No, that's what my
I don't
point
think it's
is.
a question about him trying to stay longer. I would rather say that, I agree with most of what Vineet has said, but I think he has played enough cricket to understand the conditions, understand the situation, and the way he got out today, I think that was quite unwarranted. He should not change his approach. Absolutely not.
No,
He's an
I'm not-
aggressive
I'm not
batter. He should
saying-
stay aggressive.
Yeah, yeah.
But he should, when he comes into the pitch, when he comes onto the ground, he needs to look at the condition that is prevailing, not just on the ground, but also where his team is, where he needs to take his team, and then maybe adjust, tweak his batting style a bit. That's about it. And
That's about it.
cut down the aggression? Absolutely not. I mean, today,
No.
like the pitch that was presented at the Wankhede, it was. I've been saying this right from the beginning. It was quite unusual. I mean, it was giving so much assistance to spinners and fast bowlers right from the beginning, and for him to have played that shot at that moment, no, maybe he could have waited for a while, gauged the situation, and then gone for it, because India was looking to build. We were not chasing 300 that he had to play that shot at that point. So yeah,
the thing that you talk about, that he should have waited and assess the condition, assess the situation, and then have looked for it. This, I think, would apply for Sanju Samson coming at number 4. Having the fact that you lost your Suryakumar Yadav, an over before, he went for 2 exuberant shots, was dropped, and immediately after he went for a similar kind of shot. The question, or the discussion that we are having in terms of assessing the situation and maybe just take your time in, that could have applied better for Sanju Samson, because it's coming at number 4 and he's coming in when you were 2 wickets down. Not per se for Suryakumar Yadav coming at number 3. He does not have to think on those lines. He still needs to think of getting runs, because he's coming in and playing in the power play, and runs is what you would be looking for. Coming at number 4, if he was coming at number 4, this argument, I think I would also agree that he should have taken his time or whatever. But I think at number 3, Suryakumar Yadav, I think we shouldn't be looking at it in that way. Samson should have, or could have, which he did not, of course.
My point is more related to the fact that Suryakumar Yadav is clearly a lot more experienced campaigner. I mean, obviously, Samson has played more games than Yadav, but given the fact that Yadav is somebody who has played at the Wankhede so often, has his IPL team there, he could have done a lot today. He could have been much better than what he did today, but that shot came in way too early. Especially given how the pitch was behaving, that shot came in way too early. Anyways, guys, it's already 11 o'clock, and India has managed to give us another tasty, scintillating game of cricket with a victory. That was the cherry on top. Thanks a lot
Good
to
start to the
Vineet.
new year.
Exactly, good start. A great start to the new year. Thanks a lot, Vineet and Soumya, for sticking around and taking us through the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of this game. For now, that's it from us here at News 18 and Cricket Next. We'll be coming back to you on 5th for the second T20I between Sri Lanka and India. This is going to be played, if I'm not mistaken, in Pune. It'll be interesting to see what kind of changes India brings to its young, new look side. Till then, it's bye from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.